And welcome back to Autumn, my name is Beast, and today we're back with more YoaMae. I did a test today, and it was funny negative. So, yeah. Here goes hoping that I feel completely fine again by Wednesday, since that's how long I'm still officially sick. But yeah, that's that. Also have new nose spray, so hopefully my nose isn't not gonna be as annoying. But we'll have to wait and see. Investigate the ruins for a while after getting up from the river. Oh, by the way, wonder if anyone noticed the fact that I put some let's say secret. You know what? Let's actually put it like that. Some secret dialogue, quote unquote, in last video's thumbnail. It is extremely hard to spot, quite frankly, because I made sure of it. It is literally like dark blue. It's literally like a dark blue font color on a dark blue background. So it's literally designed not to be fucking found. Basically, it literally is just next to Tatsuya. It says Fina. Hey, can you see this massive dumbass Fina? And then next to Fina, it says, "I can Tatsuya," since they're both like looking at the screen like that. So I thought it'd be kinda funny. Was it funny? I fucking no. I don't fucking care, quite frankly. I've done it now, and now it's there. Anyways. However, we don't find anything of value in front of the ruins.
帰りましょうか。これ以上調べても拉致が開かないわ。
Yeah, our clothes are dry too. Inside of our shoes weren't as dry as one would expect, but our clothes weren't wet anymore. Let's go back then. Family hold out to Fina's extended hand. That noise was, look at Fina. She casts her eyes down, blushing up to her earlobes. Are you hungry?
言わないで。
She glares at me sharply. Ah, right. I'm sure Fina didn't eat breakfast. It's already past lunchtime. Can't think of it. Even though I told them I was going to look for Fina, I still left the house. They're definitely worried. I better call home.
そうね。
Seems Fina noticed as well. Shall we tell them that we ran into each other just now?
達也、嘘をつくのは家族の気持ちをないがしろにする行為だわ。
That's true, but...
私が電話します。
No, Fina ignores me and quickly makes the call.
姫様なのですね。何かあったのではと、もう気が気ではなくて。よかったです。
I could hear her voice from here.
ごめんなさい。あと1時間ほどで帰りますから。ええ、達也も一緒よ。変わった方がいいかしら。わかったわ。
Fina hands me the phone. I properly apologize to Mia. Hello?
お兄ちゃん、見つけたらすぐ電話するのが筋でしょ。違うの？違わないでしょ。どれだけ心配したと思ってるのよ。お兄ちゃんなんか帰ってこなくていいから。
My ears are ringing!
頑張って、達也。
This is my problem? We arrive at the station as I think of a way to calm Mai down. There are a lot of people despite the intense heat.
昨夜のことだけれど、達也はミヤから何か聞いた？
Yeah, well, to a certain extent.
そう。
Fina lowers her gaze. Sorry, there were things you didn't want others to know of, right?
いいえ、
Fina says that with a gentle expression.
恥ずかしい話だけれど、達也には知っておいてほしいわ。実際、ミヤの考えは当たっていると思うの。
In other words, Fina had a past complex about her mother not looking after her. She concluded the cause of that was because she couldn't work. So she studied enthusiastically in order to gain her mother's acknowledgement. The image of her mother strongly became her ideal in the process, and she partly turned into a deity in her mind. That's why she reacted sharply when they spoke ill of her mother. Well, that's about the gist of it.
私もうすうすは分かっていたのだけれど、子供の頃からのことはなかなか直せるものではないわね。
Fina says this in a self-deprecating manner. There's plenty of time. Besides, I don't think it's wrong to respect Cecilia. Firmly grasp onto Fina's hand as I say
あ
that.
りがとう。これからは自分の意思で物事を判断できるよう注意していくわ。
Something tells me they're gonna run into Estel. Like, they made a point of showing her before this all happened, then having her go into the town, which is already extremely unusual for her, after finding out that he was an Earthling. It felt like they were trying to set up, okay, first off, he realizes Lunarians are not fond of Earthlings. Second off, she now knows he is an Earthling. Third off, she is in town. So now that he is here, walking hand in hand with Fina in downtown, they're gonna run into Frisia, Estel, and she's gonna see the princess of her country holding hands with an Earthling, and of course she's gonna fucking explode internally. She wouldn't really dare actually talk to, say anything to Fina about that.
だから私が母様の価値観に追従しすぎることがあったら遠慮なく指摘してほしいの。ではお前はどう考えるのかというようにね。
Fina says that with a smile. She's stoic as usual. That's the part I like about Fina. I'd be glad to try living in a country governed by such a princess. I know. I reply back with a smile. I'm jealous that you have a parent you can respect like Cecilia. Though I do bear a grudge on my old man, I can't respect. Although I do bear a grudge on my old man, I can't respect him.
達也。
Fina stops moving. She gives me a serious look. What's up?
達也のお父様だって尊敬できる方だと思うけれど。
No, I laugh it off. Though I laugh it off, there's shock left over inside my chest for some
気づいて
reason.
いないかもしれないけれど、達也も私と似ているのよ。
Just in his case, it is the complete opposite.
執着するのも嫌悪するのも、ベクトルは違っても元は同じだわ。
I tell that my own hands are sweaty. You're saying that I hate my dad because I didn't receive his affection. That's not true. My old man should have done enough for me to hate him. Here's the thing, it's not that he didn't receive his affection. So that is already like a moot point. Like it went out of their way to like build fucking airplanes together. Like clearly he did receive affection from his dad. The issue is that, you know, he's just gone one day. It's natural for me to hate him with all the things that he's done.
そう。でも、そう言っているのは達也だけだわ。さやかも舞も、お父様のことを嫌っていないようだけれど。
My mind becomes messed up. They only say that they don't hate my old man because they're in public. Truth is in their hearts. I'll lose to you next time.
お父さんも負けないぞ。
The paper airplane will definitely win.
よし、頑張れよ。楽しみにしてる。
Try thinking about it carefully. It took all I had to respond.
ごめんなさい。ご遠慮なことを。
It's fine. It's probably right if that's what you think. Well, let's go home. I'm hungry too. I say that, forcing out a fake smile. However, a heavy feeling remains inside my chest. After work, after returning from the ruins, scent that stirs up my appetite drifts around as I go into my house with my fatigued body. Today is Saturday, the day where we eat at our own house. I'm home.
おかえりなさい。
おかえりなさいませ。
おかえり。
The three of them return in unison. Mai is back in good humor too. Seems buying ice cream on the way back from the ruins did the trick. So Fina's cooking today too.
腕によりをかけているから、もう少し待っていて。
姫様はずいぶん上達されましたよ。
I'm looking forward to it.
はあ、愛の力は偉大。
自然と料理をする気になるのだから、不思議なものね。
Fina says that with a broad smile.
ごちそうさまです。
And I think of it, Nathan hasn't come home yet.
はい、先ほど電話がありました。寄るところができたので、少し遅くなられるとのことです。
The place she's stopping by. Could be the police that you mentioned yesterday. I see. I'm looking forward to when the food's done, then.
お腹を空かせていて。
Wreath was watching TV in the living room. I'm home. She looks at me with a sullen expression. What? Seem to be in an awfully bad mood.
仲直りした。
Is that a bad thing?
負けた。
Huh? I don't get it. What are you talking about? Wreath returns her gaze back to the TV without responding. It doesn't look like she'll be telling me anything more than this. She's unsocial as usual. It's down beside
き
Wreath.
つい。離れて。
I'm not really touching your body.
でも、ダメ。
No way to reach your art. I resign and move to another nearby sofa. To be able to get on a fairly good terms with Wreath, and Nathan is amazing after all.
ただいま。
Nathan comes home a while later.
今日はごちそうね。
もうすぐ完成するから。今日は姫様がシェフですよ。
花嫁修行ご苦労様です。さやかったら仕方のないことを言って。
I can picture Fina blushing.
達也くん、ただいま。
Welcome home. Did you go? I don't mention the word police in front of Wreath.
大量だったわ。
Big catch.
詳しいことはご飯を食べながらにしましょう。
Alright.
リースちゃん、遅くなっちゃってごめんなさいね。
別にいい。
Wreath says that in displeasure. Looks like they're communicating somehow. Nessa takes a seat after changing clothes.
はい、お待たせお待たせ。
じゃあ、食べよっか。
その前に、素晴らしいお知らせがあります。
なんでしょう。
Everyone gives Nessa their attention.
リースちゃんが、家族に加わることになりました。まあ、素晴らしいわ。
これは、お祝いですね。
That certainly is a big catch. However, Wreath is
向
disgruntled.
こう。
遠慮しないで。それに、期間限定だから。どのくらいの間かしら。1週間程度だと思います。さあ、よろしく、リース。
Fina calls out to Wreath with a smile.
よろしくね、リースちゃん。よろしくお願いします。
Nice to meet you.
よろしく。
Everyone turns it towards Wreath with a smile. Wreath stiffens up.
よろしく。
Wreath replies in an embarrassed voice. It wasn't much, but she did sound joyful. Are you ready, Fina? Call out to her through the door.
ちょうど準備ができたところよ。
The door slowly opens. Fina comes out in her school uniform, looking slightly embarrassed.
留学が終わったというのに制服を着るなんてなんだか気恥ずかしいわね。 きちんと学生に見えるかしら。
You're fine. Haven't you been wearing it every day until a month ago?
それはそうだけれど。
My gaze probably makes her feel shy. Fina tries to pull the hem of her short skirt lower with a look of embarrassment. I look away in panic. I've only seen Fina wearing a long skirt recently, so this appearance is a little provocative. But let's go once we eat breakfast then. Library opens after 10 a.m. over break, if I remember correctly, so let's take it slow.
達也、
What? Fina blushes
こ
faint.
の制服似合うかしら。
Having said that, she peeks at my face. Of course. The expression suddenly brightens up.
よかった。心配していたの。
What do I now?
付き合い始めてからこの服を着るのは初めてでしょ。
Come to think of it, the day we started going out was the night of the closing ceremony. You're right now that I think about it.
だから聞いてみたくなったの。
Fina lines up beside me after saying that. There are no signs of life at the school for the most part. All I could hear were some of the shouts from the sports clubs.
やはり気がとがめるわね。
Can't let this much pass. Come on. Pull Fina's hand and pass through the school gate. The library is constructed adjacent to the courtyard. We take off our shoes at the entrance and enter the building. The cold air welcomes us. Seats are filled with scattered students doing self-study. Let's put up and look for those relevant books.
歴史、考古学といったあたりね。30分くらい経ったら一度ここに集合しましょう。
Got it. We head to our respective lines of bookshelves that were 2 meters away. We were both holding 3 to 4 books by the time we returned to our seats. Weren't as many as I was expecting.
とにかく読んでみましょう。話はそれから。
I'm actually surprised this man didn't just immediately suggest, hey, my dad's study, considering he was a fucking nerd for this. Take our seats and open the books. There are a number of articles to make references to the existence of the ruins. However, they don't touch on anything in regards to the ruins. How's it going on your side? Speak up after reading through the books for 2 hours.
期待していたほどのものはないわ。遺跡が使用されていた頃は時代が古いせいで資料が少ないよね。
Let's try looking things up in the books for a little longer. Sun slowly starts to sink. I'm wrapped in a sense of futility. Find books, then read them. I've repeated that a few times, but it didn't turn out well. Looks like this won't work unless it's a technical book.
無駄ではなかったわ。基礎的な知識の確認にはなったでしょ。
Well, I suppose so. Though I knew about it. The war had occurred once between the moon and the earth. Damages as a result of the war had made both civilizations take a step backward. The ruins are buildings from those times. However, these are things I knew about without having to look them up. But why did we go to war? Fina looks up at the red
お互い
sky.
がお互いのことをわからなくなったからかしら。
What do you mean?
月人の祖先は皆地球から渡ってきた人々。
Oh, you're trying to imply that the moon is Australia 2.0.
だから初めはある程度意志が通じ合っていたと思うの。でも異なる環境の星に住んで異なる苦労をしてそんな時間を過ごすうちに月人と地球人は別の考え方をするようになった。
But isn't that normal?
ええ、きっと 見解の差を埋めるプロセスに問題があったのね。戦争はいくつかのプロセスに失敗した結果に発生するものよ。
Oh, it just seems a little strange that a war happened based on that to begin with. The moon and Earth were originally together too.
そういうことね。
Fina expresses her thoughts on the war without hesitation. So that is what she has to think about on a regular basis. I realize once again that Fina is the Luna Princess. I felt proud to be able to go out with her. Well, let's go home.
その前に行ってみたいところがあるのだけれど。
Where? Ruin?
違うわ。
Fina smiles
教
bitterly.
室よ。私たちが学んだ。これが本当に最後になりそうだから記念に。
Let's see. Let's drop by then. I happily open the entrance. Get to the classroom in this way. The classroom that's normally flooded with students is lonely when it's deserted. The light pouring in from the window dyes the room with a faint sepia color. We hear the cries of cicadas suddenly from out of nowhere. Fina sits down in her own seat, the furthest one behind the window row. I stand beside Fina. Fina stares around at her surroundings in silence for a minute or two.
あっという間だったわ。毎日が本当に楽しかった。
Can't think of the words to respond to Fina with. I'm sure it'll make everyone happy if that's how you feel. Also, I'm still surprised that they didn't actually run into Estel. I never expected that would happen.
もうみんなとも会うことができないのね。
Fina says that in a sad manner. I embrace her from behind.
達也。
Didn't Toyama tell you about this too? She wants to be able to travel to the moon. See her again once that happens.
ええ。
Fina touches my arms that were crossed over the front of her body. I'm sure you can pull it off.
達也は手伝ってくれないのかしら？
Burn my face with Fina's hair. Sweet flowery scent spreads through my nostrils. I'll always be by your side.
ありがとう。
Slowly slide my face, which was against Fina's neck, towards her face. She welcomes me with a slightly surprised expression. She pushed my lips against Fina and savor her tenderness. Fina's lips are tense, soft, and moist. Our lips separate a little. Fina opens her eyes slightly. We exchange kisses a few more times in a light rhythm.
教室でこんなことをするなんて。
Think they'd get angry if someone saw us?
怒られるでしょうね。それでなくても無断で校舎に入っているのに。
Fina smiles with a giggle. It'll become a memory, I'm sure.
こんな曲がった思い出はいらないわ。
Fina shows me a sullen look. Her expression soon softens up.
冗談よ。時が経てばきっと美しい思い出に変わるわ。
Having said that, Fina looks around at the dazzling classroom. Apart from her, I sit down in my own seat. Burning setting sun flows in from the window. The walls, ceiling, and desks are dyed in an orange color, which prickles the tip of my nose with a nostalgic feel. Feels like the times we studied together happened a really long time ago.
ええ、不思議なものね。
It's been about 3 weeks since the last semester ended. She won't be sitting in this seat as a student anymore. The desk itself will be quickly removed once the second semester begins.
2学期になればみんな私のことも忘れてしまうのかしら。
Fina says something pessimistic for a change. Nobody will forget about you. Reach out my hand and touch her hair. You shouldn't have had a half-hearted impact on them.
褒められている気がしないわね。
I'm complimenting you.
どうかしら。
Fina stands up with a mischievous smile. She then slowly starts to walk, like she was burning the scene of the classroom into her memory. Fina walks within the evening sun with a melancholic expression. Her figure has a lovely presence, one that wouldn't lose out to any actress. It's like a scene out of a drama.
そういえば達也、
Fina walked up to the front of the blackboard, suddenly stops. What's up?
1学期最後の終盤は私だったわね。
Fina rubs the spot of the blackboard where the names of the ones on weekly duty were written. Nobody's name is written there anymore. They've been erased during the major cleanup.
自分の名前がここに書かれるのが待ち遠しかったの。
Is that so?
ええ、とても。
Are they gonna do the fucking umbrella thing?
カレンダーをめくって調べたのよ。私の順が最後に回ってくること。
She flipped to the calendar to see when she'd be on the weekly duty. She truly did enjoy her school life. Would have been great if we were on weekly duty together. We walked to where Fina is.
隣同士ではいくら待っても一緒にはできないでしょ。
Fina smiles bitterly. The weekly duty pair went by columns. Can't pair with her unless my seat was in front or in back. Then let's do this. Take a piece of chalk and write down Asagiri in place.
では、
Fina also takes a piece of chalk. She writes down Earthlight character by character. She was making sure of it. Earthlight?
ファミリーネームを書くのでしょ。
Well, I suppose. It's probably best I'm not used to seeing it. It's probably because I'm not used to seeing it.
では、こうしましょう。
She writes it as Fina. Just about right. It feels just about right with this. His name is written next to mine on the blackboard. Step beside her, stare at the blackboard for a short while. Looks like we're sharing an umbrella.
あいあい傘
You don't know about that.
どういうものなのかしら。
It's said that it starts with two people share one umbrella. A guy and a girl who get along well write their names like this. People make fun of them. They draw a shared umbrella on the blackboard. I leave Fina's name and my name on there while I'm at it.
なるほど。この部分が傘なのね。
And you add a heart.
かわいいわ。
For example, I go home together with you after school, right? And some of our classmates witnessed that. Next day, when we entered the classroom, there'd be a shared umbrella with our names on the blackboard. Everyone would laugh at us.
一度くらいは書かれてもよかったかもしれないわね。
You think?
記念になるでしょ。
Fina smiles innocently. Suppose might have. Set down a chalk and stare at the names written on the blackboard.
達也。
Fina grips my hand, squeeze back in response. The weekly duty and the shared umbrella. Our hands are joined in front of that. That tickles my heart. Makes you not want to leave the classroom. Still, we have to leave. There are things that we have to do.
さあ、そろそろ行きましょうか。
Fina speaks up after gazing at the blackboard for a while. Sure, shall we erase this?
残念だけれど、達也、消してくれるかしら。
Fina asks me with a sad tone. Alright. Pick up the blackboard erase. Are you sure?
どうぞ。
Slowly erase it, character by character. Silence flows on. My eyes roam the entire classroom after taking a glance at the blackboard with Fina's name erased. Can't tell what's on Fina's mind. That's why I don't open my mouth until she left the classroom herself. Fina stops and looks at the school once we come to the gate.
ここに来るのは、きっとこれが最後になるわね。
Yeah, I suppose so.
いつか、恩返しができればいいのだけれど。
I'll definitely get that chance once the moon and earth are on friendly terms.
そうね。
Fina faces the building and quickly bows after she says that. What if in an after credit scene it's shown that this has become the Royal Saint Catharina High School, school run in coalition between the moon and the earth, that welcomes both Lunarians and Earthlings. Bonus point if the scene is literally like their child entering like first year or something. Ina faces the building and quickly bows after she says that.
ここであったことはきっと生涯忘れないと思うわ。
A lot of things did happen.
急にキスをされたのは驚いたけれど。
Ina smiles. That was, sorry.
怒ってなどいないわ。
Ina links her arms with mine. The classroom is over there, isn't it? Ina looks at the school.
そうね。
You can see the window surprisingly well from here. Fina blushes.
帰りましょう。長いは良くないわ。
You're right. Cool wind rushes through the embankment. Fina naturally holds down the hem of her short skirt.
気持ちのいい風。
Yeah. Gotta think of it. There's something that I have to tell you. Recall the thing about the stowaway that I heard from
何
Cotton.
かしら。
I talk as we walk. You remember when Cotton came by last time? I heard for her back then, but there seems to be a person who came to Earth from the moon without permission.
密航者ということね。
Fina's expression stiffens. They seem to be able to erase their
ロス
appearance.
トテクノロジーを利用していたのかもしれないわ。
Cotton also spoke in that manner. Oh, on a separate matter, there seems to be many less technology-related thefts in the Lunarian residential quarters. Conan seems to be in pursuit of the offender. I remember when we ran into Conan around here from before? It was from then.
なるほど。
Conan and the men in black suits seem to have cornered them, but it appears that they erased their appearance and flew away. So they escaped in the end. Conan mentioned she crossed swords with them.
まあ、見えない相手と戦えるなんて。私もまだまだ修行不足ね。
Fina stirs herself up. That's an unusual action to take from a normal person's point of view. I'm already used to it though.
それで密航者と話がつながるわけね。
Looks that way.
でも教団が出てくるとなると厄介ね。
Are you on bad terms with the church?
悪くはないわ。彼らも月の平和を望んでいるから。ただ私たちとは違うプロセスを取ることが多いわ。事前に相談してくれればいいのに、彼らは秘密主義なの。
That's because they're a religion, I suppose.
だから今回も月の平和を考えて行動していると思うのだけれど、
Conan told me to be careful.
カレンには苦労をかけてばかりね。
Well, that's not for us to say though.
申し訳ないとは思っているけれど、変えられないこともあるわ。ただカレンは私に優しいところがあるから、それが裏目に出なければいいのだけれど。
Moment Fina lets out a small sigh. Two men in black suits climb up the embankment. They're the ones who held me down in the embassy entrance last time.
何用ですか？
突然曲がり越しましたことをお詫びいたします。
Slim-figured men in black suits bow down respectfully. Don't sense much respect from their appearance.
構いません。それで要件は？
Fina stiffens her tone a little.
遺跡調査の件、お考えいただけたでしょうか。
カレンにも言った通りよ。調査は続けます。
どうあってもでしょうか。
くどい。
では力ずくでも月にお帰り願います。
The men in black suits take a step towards
タ
us.
チヤ、協力して。
You have to run. It'll be over if you get caught. Slim-figured men in black suits start moving like the wind before I finish talking. Swing the bag that I was holding wildly at them by reflex. The men quickly step back.
ごめんなさい。
Hear the sound of Fina beginning to run from behind. At the same time, the other man descends from the embankment and takes a detour. Shouldn't have taken my eyes off my opponent in front of me. I taste the asphalt at the next instant. Nothing comes to mind. Can't even feel pain. The leather shoes of the men in black pass in front of me. Ah! Cling on to him recklessly. Fortunately, I also grabbed his leg. The taste and smell of iron spreads throughout my mouth. The sound of footsteps go into the
無礼
distance.
者話しなさい
Can't believe this. Nauseating feeling wells up inside me and I regurgitate out a bunch of things.
誰かいるの
Oh, Wreath just beat the shit out of them, didn't she? What? What happened? I feel someone's presence near my
勇
face.
気があるのは悪くない。
I hear a voice that I've heard from before from somewhere. That note, my consciousness fades.
達也
My body's being shaken. Vina? Don't make me cough, please! Come on, that's rude. I choke. My head is dizzy. I'm having a bad time. I'm having a hard time breathing.
大丈夫
Yeah, somehow.
休ませてあげたいのだけれど早くここから離れなくてはいけないわ肩を貸すから頑張って
Okay. Force strength into my trembling knees and stand up. I could walk more than I thought thanks to Fina supporting my
人
body.
通りの多いところに出ましょう
Yeah. So we start to walk. We descend the embankment and enter the residential area. I walk slowly while recovering my breath. Could someone manage to walk by myself by the time we got to the shopping district? I'd have a sigh of relief as I see the familiar scenery. I walk by myself from here.
達也無理しないで
Fina embraces me tightly. I gently pat her head. I have many acquaintances in the shopping district, so I don't want them to worry. Besides, it'll be difficult to explain to them if they ask me about the circumstances.
そうだけれど
I'll be fine. Gently rub Fina's
分
cheeks.
かったわ
Cheek. Singular. Fina separates from me. Right, let's go. Fake a cheerful expression, start walking. We arrive at the house. Pain from my body gradually went down. Can almost head to work in this condition.
大丈夫
Yeah, the pain is decreasing. Sword arts practice might have made me sturdier.
痩せ我慢をして
Seems she took it as a joke. Can you keep what happened today a secret? Fina stares at me with
言うと
sad
思っ
eyes.
たわ
Fina says that with astonishment.
仕方がないわね
I'm going to work too.
もう止めないわでも本当に我慢できなくなったらすぐ休んで
I like how Fina at this point is just like, listen up, I know you're a dumbass, but hey, you're my dumbass now, so I guess I'll deal with it. Alright, I promise. Welcome this way to your seat. 2 seats, that's correct. Main course consists of meat and fish, one of each. So I manage once I've actually started working. My brain is probably excreting enigmatic substances, so I should be okay. 2 seats, that's pops with meat and fish.
はいよ
I inform the kitchen of the order and return to the floor corner.
ずっと思ってたんだけど、どこか怪我してるでしょ。
Oh no. I've been found out all of a sudden. Can you tell?
体の動き方がいつもと違うから。
You sure must be looking very, very closely. You can tell just from that.
ほとんど毎日見てるからね。ずっと。
Natsuki says that in a slightly sad
大丈
manner.
夫なの？
Yeah, I'm fine. Natsuki stares at me from head to toe with a humph.
ま、達也が大丈夫と言うなら、それでいいけど。でも、フィーナに心配かけちゃダメよ。
Yeah. Natsuki's smile brightens once she hears my response. Hard to worry her when she is, and hard not to worry her when she is already 100% aware of the fucking situation. Natsuki has always been watching me closely. She might know me better than my family. I'm thankful from the bottom of my heart to have a childhood friend like Natsuki.
そうやって他人の応援ばかりしてるからお前は負けるんだぞ
Jin shows up without a sound. Natsuki's wooden spoon gleams without showing me a slip of her hand, and Jin becomes a star.
さて、仕事。
Just then a customer gets up from their seat. Natsuki briskly heads briskly towards the register. Another view, Fina from Earthlight. A short while has passed since Tatsuya went to work. My chest is whirling with anger. I didn't think that Karin and others would resort to violence. We did indeed disobey father's order and kept on investigating. Although they did use high-handed measures, I'm not in a position to complain. Even though I know that, such a reason is blown away when I saw Tatsuya suffering. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen to Tatsuya. Take out my cell phone from my bag.
お待たせいたしました、フィーナ様。
カレン、今日の件について説明してもらえるかしら。
今日の件と申されますと？
知らないというつもり？
はい、皆目。
あなた、警備の者に私と達也を襲わせたでしょ？
Let out a sharp voice that scared even me. I could tell that she's surprised over the phone.
知らないというの？
お恥ずかしながら。
Karin says that with a heavy tone. My anger changes to puzzlement.
フィーナ様、お怪我は？
私は無傷よ。ただ、達也がひどく殴られたわ。達也がかばってくれなければ、私もどうなっていたかわからない。
達也さんが？
誰が私たちを襲わせたの？
現状ではわかりません。何か言っておりませんでしたか？そのものは。
I informed Karin of all the information that I remember.
誰かが遺跡調査を阻止するため、警備の者を使ってフィーナ様を襲ったと考えるのが妥当かと思います。
Man, you have no idea how fucking happy I was today when I fucking tried to take a shower and the water was warm somehow. Like, apparently, the dude that's supposed to come over to fix our heating wasn't here yet today. So I just kind of, like, stood there like, oh, okay, guess I'll have to resign myself to another cold-ass shower. It's gonna make me cough for 10,000 years. But alas, I was blessed with the warmth.
一体誰が？
遺跡調査の件を知っている人間は限られています。その中で私の目に入らないようにことを進めることができるのは。
Khan hesitates to speak up. There's already a person's face that comes to mind. It's a kind person with a gentle smile.
父様。
はい。
Her voice sounds sorrowful. Father had given an over Karen's head. Namely, it means that Karen had lost father's trust. It was a harsh reality for her. It was the closest to the Earthlight family.
フィーナ様、今からでも遅くはございません。遺跡の調査をおやめください。このままでは達也様との件が破談になるだけでは済みません。
どうしてそこまでして父様は？
国王陛下はセフィリア様を深く愛されていらっしゃいました。だからこそ同じ事態になることを誰よりも深く憂慮されております。
ならばどうして母様と共に戦うことを選ばれなかったのです？
お気づきになれませんか？
何に気づけというのです？
フィーナ様がいらっしゃったからです。セフィリア様が裁判を受け有罪となれば刑を受けねばなりません。王家から国家に対する反逆者が出たとすれば王家の交代が視野に入ってきます。 を通すことよりもフィーナ様へ未来を託すことを選ばれたのです。
My head goes blank. Father's affections that I didn't imagine. Father's affection that I didn't imagine sinks into my heart. However, a slight sense of discomfort stops me. Suppose that is the Memento gem. Received that gem after Mother had lost her political powers. She entrusts something to me that indicates the importance of the ruins. Can't say that handing me the gem was a good plan if she wanted to keep me away from the ruins. In fact, I wouldn't have gone to investigate the ruins if the gem hadn't lit up. Can't imagine that Mother didn't know about the gem lighting up. There was one conclusion I can derive from that. Father entrusted the kingdom to me. On top of that, hasn't Mother entrusted me something that lies ahead of the ruins. In that moment, I make up my mind.
彼、私は調査を続けるわ。
フィーナ様、一時の感情に惑わされてはなりません。
違うわ。私は父様と母様に託されたものを見つけに行くだけ。お二人が到達できなかった場所を目指すだけよ。
どういうことでしょうか。
今は話すことができないわ。だけれど必ずカレンにも訳を話せる日が来ます。それまであなたは自分の身を案じて。あなたの立場は今危ういはずよ。とても心躍る話なの。あなたが聞いたら私に加担したくなるに決まっているわ。私が女王になった時、あなたにはそばにいてほしい。だから今は父様に従って。
フィーナ様、
心配しないで。私には頼もしいパートナーがいるから。
Silence flows on. I can tell that Karen has hesitation on her hands.
わかりました。
It was a tone that suggests that she was forcing out a
もう
smile.
一度だけお伺いします。遺跡の調査をおやめくださいませんか。
断るわ。交渉は決裂よ。
はい、一度決めたならば。
一度言ったことはそう簡単に変更しないわ。
Return the line that Fina had said many times.
ではこれでご分を。
あなたにも。
Let out a deep sigh. I feel cleared up. It's about father, but it doesn't look like I'm a diligent. It doesn't look like I'm a diligent, hard-headed girl. Turned into this kind of a princess before I realized it myself. I'm sure it was after I met Tatsuya. So I look forward to his return when I think that. Another view end.
達也、少しいいかしら。
Fina calls out to me after dinner. Sure? Fina's scent had settled in this room quite well. It had the smell of a new house since it was originally a guest room before Fina moved in. But now it smells like that of a refreshing, slightly colored rose just by opening the door. Sit down on the sofa while enjoying the scent. There we go. The last bit of tea. Yeah, there is nothing more in there. Fina follows and sits down beside me. Someone knocks on the door.
フィーナ様、お茶をお持ちしましょうか。
私はいらないけれど、どうする？
I'll pass to. Fina nods and speaks out towards the door.
ありがとう。今は特に必要ないわ。
はい、失礼しました。
見合ったら気を使ってくれているのね。
Might be awkward if she carelessly opens the door.
あ、達也は何をするつもりなのかしら？
Fina smiles. Well then.
それはともかく今日のことなのだけれど。
Fina's expression stiffens.
達也が仕事に行っている間にカレンに問い合わせたの。
What did she say?
どうやらカレンの頭越しにことが進められているようね。つまり父様がご自身で指示を出していらっしゃるようなの。
In other words, her biological father is using strong measures to bring his daughter back. I have to say, but I don't think he has a choice based on what we're doing. That means Cannon's owner is crushed too, doesn't it?
そうね。カレンは最終的に私たち寄りの考え方をするから、父様にはそれが気に入らなかったのだと思うわ。これからも今日のようなことは起こるでしょうから注意が必要ね。実際どんな手段を取ってくるか想像もつかないわ。
Fina's words are solemn. Feel the pain of being hit returning again. Speaking of which, what's the person who saved us today?
ええ。
Fina removes her gaze.
おそらく教団の人間ね。
Church, how could you tell?
姿が見えなかったのよ。私が警備の者に掴まれた時、突然二人が倒れたの。どことなく人の気配はしたのだけれど、誰もいなかったわ。
The person might have spoken to me.
え？
I don't remember much since I wasn't fully conscious, but it was the familiar voice of a girl. I wonder if it's that stowaway. If it's the stowaway that Cotton mentioned.
断定はできないけれど、可能性はあると思うわ。
What is their objective?
教団が関わっている以上、ロストテクノロジー関連のことでしょうね。それも危険なものである可能性が高いわ。
The word weapons flicker into my mind. Flickers into my mind. My head. And the lost technology awaits us at the end of our investigation of the ruins.
そうね。
Fina lowers her gaze. She was just thinking about the weapon too. What will we do tomorrow?
現状、見通しは立っていないわ。
Visit the church. Fina bites down on her lips. I've already exhausted the ruins that I know of. The only thing we found in the end is that the gem lights up when we approach the ruin. We didn't find anything out at the school library either. Frankly speaking, we haven't made any progress. Let's try checking up on a smaller distribution of ruins.
でも、学院の図書館では細かいところはわからなかったわ。
If we need to look for more technical materials, it'll have to be at the university.
博物館はどうかしら。
Will they show an average person those materials?
忘れてもらっては困るわ。博物館の館長は私よ。
Fina smiled mischievously. Oh yeah.
と言っても、案内板がなければ館長室にも行けないような館長だけれど。さやかに頼んでみましょう。まだ生きているかしら。
I'll check at the living room. Ah, you're awake.
あら、どうしたの？
Nasa lifts her gaze from the newspaper.
相談に乗ってもらいたいことがあるのだけれど。とにかく座ったら。
Ah, right. Sit down on the sofa as told.
それで、どのような相談ですか？
Yes, it asks us this while folding the newspaper up.
博物館の資料室で調べ物をさせてほしいの。何をお調べになるのですか？簡単なことなら学院や町の図書館の方が早いと思うけど。学院の図書館にはもう行ったのだけれど欲しい情報はなかったわ。ではどうしても博物館の資料室に？ええ、ぜひお願いしたいわ。そうですね。
Nesan ponders. Nesan raises her face.
二人には資料室整理のアルバイトをしてもらいましょう。館長に働いていただくのは申し訳ないのですが。いいえ、そのような気遣いはいらないわ。
Fina smiles faintly.
そう思ってもらえると嬉しいです。 ただ、あくまでもアルバイトですので、ノルマをこなしてからでないと調べ物はできませんよ。
Yeah, they'll make sure to do the job.
ありがとう、さやか。いえいえ、仕事をしてもらえるのですから。日取りはあさってでいいかしら。こちらにも調整があるから。
That's perfect since I have work off on Wednesday.
では決まりね。じゃんじゃんと。
Nessun makes a shaky gesture.
ところで、何を調べるの？
How should I put it?
過去の戦争とロストテクノロジーの関係ね。
Nessun frowns.
私にはわからない分野ね。それに資料が少ないところだわ。千春さんなら何かわかったかもしれないけど。
Does an old man come up here?
達也。
Fina elbows me when I raise my voice.
千春さんはオールラウンダーだったから。専門は考古学になっていたけれど、政治史にも交流史にも詳しかったわ。
I pointed out things about my old man to Fina a few days ago. Art gets unshakably uncomfortable when the topic of my old man is brought up. Well, let's save that story for another time. Pull Fina's hand and stand up.
達也くんもそろそろ大人にならなくちゃね。千春さんも達也くんの父親としてだけ生きていたわけではないわ。どんな夢があって、どんな仕事をして、どんな友達がいて、どんな恋をして、結局千春さんという人はどういう人だったのか見つめてもいい年よ。それにことこさんのこともね。
Nessun said that filled with a smile. There was things I hadn't thought about until now, so I can't respond right away.
ではさやか、よろしく。はい、こちらこそ。
I'm still betting that a crucial piece of information that they need is just in Chiaru's study. The two of them exchange smiles. One rainy morning, the old man suddenly disappeared. Mai's crying voice echoes in the living room. Mom only rubbed Mai's back tenderly. Where did Dad go?
さあ、わからないわ。
Mom replies with a faint smile. There's no look of sadness on her. She's a calm look of ease instead. That judges his research more than us in the end.
そうかしら。
Why did he leave without telling his destination then?
言えない事情があったのだと思うけれど。
Mom's calm tone doesn't crumble. Aren't you frustrated, Mom?
悔しくないわ。
Mom's composed figure irritated me. Why wasn't she depressed or angry? Why is she sitting here quietly? Even though I feel like I'm gonna look for him! I ran outside without an umbrella before I realized. What should I tell him when I find him? That's the emotion that I was filled with. Couldn't find my old man in the end. My memories of the words I said then have gone into the distance. Can't remember them right away. But I get feeling that those words are locked up inside of me somewhere even now. However, those words don't come out from the bottom of my memories. Something inside me is preventing me from recalling those words. It is 9 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. We visit the museum. It's expected the men in black suits won't make a move out in the open. We pass through the big automatic doors. There are a few people here on a weekday. Excuse me? Call out to the lady at the reception desk.
ようこそ王立博物館へ。どうかされましたか？
The ones who are working part-time today?
はい、承っております。確認を取りますので少々お待ちください。
Having said that, the lady who was wearing a different colored uniform, the Nessun makes an internal phone call.
静かね。
Yeah?
ここは母様が月の文化を地球に伝えたいという願いを込めて作ったのよ。
Fina feels sorrowful because of the small amount of visitors. Wouldn't that mean more visitors if there were some more surprising displays?
そうね。月に戻ったら考えてみましょう。これでは母様が悲しまれるわ。
But it's amazing how she's not only kept focused on politics but paid attention to culture exchange as well.
母様はどちらかというと文化交流の方が楽しかったのだと思うの。王宮に学者や留学生を招くのを楽しみにしていらしたわ。
Scholars, huh? Suddenly my old man comes to mind. We met these scholars before, Fina.
ええ、よくお話は伺ったわ。専門的な話はわからなかったけれど。
Fina smiles
お待
wryly.
たせしました。
Staff member sets down a receiver.
あちら奥に館長室がございますので、そちらへどうぞ。
ありがとう。
Fina responds. The staff member looks a little surprised to see her beautiful face and the use of mature words. Excuse us then.
はい。お仕事よろしくお願いします。
An office and parlor come into view when we go down the passage the staff member had showed us. The chief library room was one of them. Gold-colored plate was fixed on the thick wooden doors with the words director's room written on it. We entered the room after a knock. Excuse us.
こんにちは。
いらっしゃい、二人とも。
Nasan gets up from her desk.
受付の子がフィーナ様のことを可愛い彼女だって言ってたわよ。
Oh. Gonna react to that on such short notice.
あら、達也はそう思っていないのかしら？
No, I do think that.
彼氏は純情さんみたいね。
Don't tease me, Nasan.
はいはい。では、お仕事の話を。仕事内容は、本をラベル通りに本棚にしまうこと。
That's all?
でも、数が多いから大変よ。資料室に担当の会員がいるから、詳しいことはその人に聞いて。あと、お昼の時間になったらここに来てね。お弁当があるわよ。
わかったわ。
では、お願いします。
Nasan accurately states the task with a gentle tone. She's different from when she's at home. There's a part of Nasan that's unknown to me. Nasan isn't only living as my Nasan. Realize such a thing now. It overlaps with what Nasan had told me before.
千春さんも、達也くんの父親としてだけ生きていたわけではないわ。
The old man wasn't just living as my father. What kind of an appearance does my old man have on the side that I'm unaware of? Male staff member was waiting in the data room. After a simple self-introduction, he quickly goes into an explanation of the job. His work that involved putting books with labels attached to the spine on the shelves, just like Nathan had mentioned. The bookshelves are scattered into 3 bookstore rooms. One storeroom is on a library scale. First, I have to divide the books by storeroom.
そうね。
She mixes in a sigh as she looks at the pile of books.
早く終わらせないと調査をする時間がなくなるわ。
Right, let's give it our all. So I had to name them Storeroom 1 and Storeroom 2 as a general rule of thumb and sort the books. The books had had difficult-looking titles such as General Theories on Moon Environmental Studies and Basic Discussions on Economic History of the Moon. Each volume is heavy, without exception. Getting to work without exchanging many words in silence. Finish sorting and bring them to their respective storerooms before noon. Take a short break and then immediately resume
め
working.
ぼしい本はメモしておいた方がいいわ。後から探すとなると時間がかかるから。
Roger that. Survey the surrounding books while putting the books back on the shelves. Put a memo on the spine and label if there is something related to the ruins or the lost technology. Continue working that way. We finished working close to 3 p.m.
達也、ずいぶん汗をかいたのね。
Really? I feel the sense of my sticky natural oils when I touch my forehead with my fingertips. Wow, I'm all sticky.
これで拭いて。
Fina takes out a towel from a big bag. Won't hold back then. I accept the towel and wipe my face. I can tell the towel is darkening when I do. I've been sweating quite a lot, see?
もう見せないでちょうだい。
What about you, Fina?
そうね。では行ってくるわ。
Fina departs to the changing room. Scan my eyes through the memos that I've written after wiping my face 3 more times. I've taken note of about 5 books. It's not many compared to the number of books I've put away. I'm sure that the worst causes the loss of information and data. The more ancient the era, the less books and subjects of research there are. Fina returns with her cosmetics fixed a short while later. Fina doesn't need cosmetics to begin with, since her skin is so beautiful. Rather than saying the cosmetics change her, it brings out more of her nice natural textures. That's how it is. Let's give them our farewells then.
お待たせしました。
We head to the director's room after giving our farewells to the staff member. Excuse us. Yasun raises her face from the computer display that she was staring at.
さやか、眉間にシワが寄っていたわよ。
あら、いけないいけない。無意識にできてしまうのよね。
Yasun gets up with a bit of smile. There was a white vinyl bag and an envelope in her hands.
あなたたち、お弁当を取りに来なかったわね。
That was more work than we had imagined.
調査の時間がなくなってしまうと思って。
仕方ないわね。
Yasun hands us a bento with a wry smile.
後でゆっくり食べるといいわ。
Thank you.
それと、これは今日の給金。
She hands us an envelope.
多くはないけれど、デートの資金にでも当ててね。
そうさせてもらうわ。
Fina smiles brightly.
調査のことだけど、閉館時間までは自由に資料を見て構わないわ。と言っても、あと2時間ほどだけど。
Won't be able to read through that many documents in only 2 hours.
でも、それでは読み切れないと思うから、特別に無料でコピーをしていいわ。
助かるわ。
その代わり、ミスコピーはしないように。最近、予算が厳しくて。
Roger that.
それと、これを。
Yasun hands me something. It's a key to somewhere. What is this?
普段は開けていない閉花書庫の鍵よ。貴重な本はそちらに保管してあることが多いから、よかったら使ってみて。それじゃあ、頑張ってね。
We enter the data room again.
まずは、お互いがメモした本を集めましょう。
Got it. We disperse between the scattered bookcases. They take out a book with a memo in it and another book as well. 2 of us had gathered 11 books. Of course, it's impossible to read through this within the given time. There's time to copy all the pages.
そうね。30分くらいで軽く目を通してコピーするページを決めましょう。
Got it.
それより達也、この本は知っている？
Fina takes out a book. The words "Journey to the Moon" were written on the dark blue bindings with gold letters. The author is Asakiri Chiharu. Couldn't get my voice out right away. It's a book written by my old man. I'd known when I was a kid that my old man was a scholar. However, this is the first time I've seen a book written by him. The appearance of the title is different from other books. Looks like it's a novel. Slowly reach for the book. The cloth covering feels rough. Turn over the front page with trembling fingers. Sentence is printed in the middle of the first page. I give my gratitude to Kotoko, Sayaka, Tatsuya, and Mai, the ones who are supporting me every day. It's beyond my understanding. The old man that I know of isn't the kind of person to write such a sentence. He abandoned Mom and us for the sake of research, went somewhere disappeared. He's a heartless, irresponsible man. I'm sure writing such things and accepted practice in books. Flip through the other books as I tell myself that. No matter which book I looked in, none of them had a similar page. There were only ones that had postscripts written to their family members. However, the other books did not state their gratitude towards their family on the first page.
すいません。
Calls out to a staff member passing
何
by.
か調べ物ですか？
ええ、興味があることがありまして。この本をご存知ですか？
Fina holds out my old man's book.
はあ、知ってますよ。
Staff member responds as he looks at the front
こ
cover.
の分野を研究している人は大抵読んでいると思います。論文として優れているっていうのもあるんですけど、なんと言えばいいんでしょう。研究意欲が湧いてくるんですよね。夢があるっていうか。まあ、そんな感じです。
It's probably a book he's interested in as well. The young male staff member speaks about it passionately and fluently. Felt like I was partly in a dream as I listened to his words.
さあ、コピーをしましょう。
Yeah. I respond absent-mindedly. Fina gently rubs my cheek.
精密な論文を書く人は多くても、夢を与える論文を書ける人は少ないわ。千春さんは素晴らしい研究者だったのね。
That's what it looks like from the results, but I can't accept it yet. Besides, there are only things that were written down in texts. Anybody can jot down praiseworthy words about how the person himself feels. I think of such cynical things. However, a part of my heart knows that it's pointless to resist. My mind is still elsewhere, even when the vibration and the hum of the copy machine fires up.
達也、そんな調子ではミスコピーが増えてしまうわよ。
Or I smile as mixed in with Fina's words.
ごめんなさい。私が急に本を見せたから。
No, it's fine. It's better to know that about it than not.
頑張って。
Fina grips my hand after saying this. Closing time has passed, yet outside of the museum. The sky is tinged somewhat red.
達也、芝生のところでお弁当を食べましょう。
I feel like that's a bad idea considering the men in black. Yeah, it'll spoil unless we eat it fast.
あちらの方が見晴らしが良さそうよ。
We walk up the highest grass hill around us. At the top of the hill, we can see the chapel and the walls of the embassy. Even the symbol tower of Monomi Hill Park in the distance.
ここなら美味しくお弁当が食べられそうだわ。
Fina sits down on the grass with a smile. I line up beside her and sit down as well. See if Mitsurugatsuki's lights up with a golden color as the sunlight bounces off of it. We open our catered bento on top of our laps. They're perfectly ordinary
い
bento.
ただきます。
Itadakimasu. The princess starts eating a seaweed bento beside me. It's a somewhat odd scene.
どうかしたのかしら。
Well, it made me think that a princess can eat seaweed bento too.
これはこれで美味しいと思うけれど。
It's a problem of combination, not the taste.
のり弁を食べた月の姫は私が初めてかもしれないわね。
Fina's gaze returns to her bento as she smiles pleasantly.
ああ、醤油入れが魚の形をしているわ。可愛らしい。
Is it?
可愛いと思うけれど。
Fina pours the soy sauce over the tempura and resumes eating. Look over the documents we copied after finishing eating. Concepts are difficult and there are passages where I don't know what they are talking about. And I can't deny that the poor quality of the copy is hindering us from understanding the contents. It's probably because I copied them well in a daze. I'm just sorry that I rendered the documents that we had finally obtained useless. There's another miscopy. Part of the open book binding wasn't in close contact with the scanner and ended up black. I thrust the many miscopied pages into the vinyl bag where the bento was. I'm sorry, Fina.
仕方ないわ。私が本を見せたタイミングが悪かったのだから。
That's not your fault. That was the only time you could have shown me the book you could have shown the book to me.
では、おあいこということで手を打ちましょう。
Sure.
ミスコピーは持ち帰ってメモ用紙にするわ。
That's ecological.
月では資源は貴重なのよ。どんなものでも有効活用を考えないと。
Effective use of things. So I remember how my old man made paper airplanes. She probably doesn't know what paper airplanes are. Might make her happy if I show her how to make one. Thought of an effective way to use the miscopied paper.
何かしら。
Paper airplanes. Fina smiles.
良い案ね。どこまで飛ぶか競争しましょうか。
So you know about paper airplanes. That's kind of a pity.
ええ、 教えてもらったことがあるの。
Peter takes miscopied paper out after saying that and starts to fold a paper airplane skillfully. Mine is a modified type with improvements, so I won't lose so easily.
気迫では飛行機は飛ばせないわよ。早く折ったらどう？
Alright, just you watch. Make the latest type of airplane that my old man had developed. Having to make something my old man taught me is annoying, but I want to win against Fina here at any cost. Fina makes the exact same airplane. Right, I'm done.
私もよ。
Fina hoists her well-shaped paper airplane.
同型なら、あとは飛ばす技量次第ね。
Look towards Fina's hand. The paper airplane that Fina is holding appears to be the same shape as mine from a distance. Sorry, can I see that for a second?
いいけれど。
Fina hands me her airplane with a puzzled look. I compare it up to the nooks and corners. I can only think of it as having the same shape. Can't be. No frickin' way.
どうかした？
Well, my chest is beating terrifyingly fast. The airplane I made was taught to me by my old man. He told me that this airplane was his own original. Fina had folded my old man's original paper airplane. The shock echoes through my head many times. Feels like my mind has been hollowed up. My chest throbs violently and sweat gushes out through my body as like a gland had been opened.
達也、どうしたの？
A paper airplane. You said you were taught how to make it, right? Let out a husky voice from my parched throat.
ええ。
Fina looks at me with suspicion. What was that person's name?
達也、痛いわ。少し落ち着いて。
I was grasping Fina's arm before I realized it. I'm sorry! Let go of her arm and take a deep breath.
私が紙飛行機を教わったのは、地球から来た学者よ。母様のお気に入りだったらしくて、よく王宮に出入りしていたわ。
What was his name? Chiharu. Should be Asagiri Chiharu.
わからない。
No, it can't be. You didn't hear from him.
いいえ。本人が覚えていなかったのよ。
Fina says that once she gathers her words. No way, he couldn't remember. Fina lowers her gaze.
事故よ。居住区外。つまり、空気のない地域の遺跡調査をしている時に事故に遭って、その後遺症で、彼はほとんどの記憶を失ってしまったの。
I see.
結局、事故の怪我が治らず、半年後に他界したわ。達也、もしかして、千春さんなの？
Give her an information with my eyes. The paper airplane he made just now. It's something that my old man had designed himself. He flew them together when I was a kid. Stand by there.
そう。
Fina gently embraces me.
なら一つだけ。良いことを教えてあげられるわ。私が紙飛行機の作り方を教わったのは、彼の病床でのことよ。自分の名前を忘れても、紙飛行機のことは覚えていたのね。
Oh my god. Voice is liked. I've always hated my old man. Even though he had thrown his love for his family away, I thought he had thrown away his love for his family somewhere. But even when he was involved in an accident, I forgot his own name. I remember the paper airplane that he made with me. My chest suddenly tightens. I'm sad. I'm sad over my old man's death. Why am I sad? Even though I should have always known that my old man had died. Even though I should have always hated him. Did I wish for my old man to live? For example, if I had run into him somewhere when he was alive, the only thing I could have done is complain about him. Nah, it's not that. There should be something that I want to tell my old man. Just after him, the day he disappeared. Because I wanted to see him and tell him something. Words came surging up from inside me. Behind my hate and resentment, words that had been hidden behind numerous layers of such feelings come back to me. That's what I wanted to tell my old man. I wanted to play more. Fiona had mentioned before that the cause for my attachment and hate towards my old man is the same. She had worked hard to get her mother to acknowledge her. She firmly recognized Ophelia as her objective, and partly made her into a deity. I was the opposite. I thought my old man had abandoned me and disappeared without a word. I hated my old man in spite and hid my desires for him. The truth was, I simply wanted to play more with him. I'm no different from Fiona at all. How foolish of me. I wanted my old man to look after me. Could I not have realized I had such a simplistic longing desire? Sob escapes from my throat. Fiona hugs me tightly. The weight of my chest comes off inside the softness. I'm not about to do ugly crying right now. I bury my face inside Fiona's chest and cry out, as if to wash away the regret and self-reproach that had been swelling up inside of me. I simply cried and cried. Why the weird transition again? We've only had this transition like twice thus far. Everyone gathers in the living room after dinner, except for me and Reith. The family took in the story about my old man in a relatively composed manner. But I went to the moon, but I was involved in an accident, about how he lost his memory, about how he died. Fiona's looking at a photo of my old man right now, and she casts her eyes down slightly.
間違いないわ。
そうですか。千春さんは月へ。
でも足取りが分かってよかったね。
Tear wells up in the corner of Mai's eyes as she says that.
そうね。
As she says that, not eyes.
いつまでも行方不明では、千春さんがかわいそうだったから。
It would be weird if one singular tear welled up in the corner of both of her eyes. Be like, would it be like, you know how like in a game when you like try to move something that's actually like fixed to a place, so it like starts spasming back and forth because something is trying to pull it back, but at the same time it now has like a new fixed position where it should be in, so it like spasms back and forth. It's just that, but with like a singular tear between her eyes. With like the good old characteristic like wild knocking against everything sound. I can't fucking replicate it. Old man's death had already been legally decided. My family had thought that he would suddenly come back home someday. Those feelings that were suspended in midair are now finally settled down.
最後に月に行けてお父さん嬉しかったかな。
もちろんよ。それに、ことこさんも喜んでいると思うわ。
Aslan says that with a faint smile. How would Mom be happy? Did Mom die before her time because her old man disappeared? Strange that Mom would be happy.
そうかしら。
Aslan stares at me with a slightly firm look. Huh?
誰しも少なからず、この人しかいないと決めて結婚するのよ。特に、千春さんのように少し変わった生活をしている人の場合はなおさらだわ。よく考えてみて。ことこさんがどんな気持ちで千春さんと結婚し生活していたのか。自分が好きになった人にはやりたいことがあって、でもそれは周囲に理解されにくい。
It's a phrase that I've heard from somewhere. It's not that. Those are words that I've said. Same thing that I had brought up in order to explain the reason why Fiona and I were fighting. Fiona had something that she has to do no matter what, or the people around her aren't in favor of it. That's what I said, if I remember correctly. And I made up my mind. I want to be Fiona's one and only partner. No matter what happens, I was important to believe in her. If I was in Mom's situation, would I stop my old man from continuing to fly around for the sake of research? Most likely wouldn't. It'd be a lie to say that I wouldn't be lonely, but that's a question of pride. I was vowed to support my partner, no matter what happened, would be hindering their dreams just because I'd be lonely. That wouldn't mean that I'd be betraying them for the pride of being the only one for my partner. That's the conclusion I came up with in my relationship with Fina. There are people so close to me who are putting that into practice. I'm the result that came out from those two. Felt reassured, and at the same time my chest burned. I stand somewhat. I'm feeling this. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I've come to understand.
そう。お兄ちゃん。
The two of them show him a look of relief.
もう一つ、達也くんが勘違いしていることがあるわ。ことこさんの亡くなった理由よ。千春さんがいなくなった過労が原因だと思っているようだけど、本当のところは違うわ。
I nod. If Mom left my old man with similar feelings that I have now, then she should have felt satisfied when she saw my old man off as he disappeared. Even though others may not forgive him, she forgave him and believed in him herself. That's a sense of contentment that she felt. Mom certainly did work non-stop afterward, but she passed away with satisfaction. Can't imagine that the kind of stress she was under would result in her death.
ことこさんの死因は肝臓がんよ。
Okay, I feel like you should have at least know about that little tidbit. You know, oh, your mom didn't die from an overwork, following organ failure. Nah, she died from fucking liver cancer, which is not really something that's caused by stress. I feel like you should have been. Was he never told? Did they never tell him why his mom died? I feel like they should. That's on stares into my eyes.
千春さんがいなくなった時には、もう十分進行していたみたい。
Is that what it was?
これは私の想像だけど、ことこさんは病気のことを千春さんに。
I don't think she told him about her illness. Spoke up in the middle of Nissan's sentence. I don't think she told him based on her pride of her partner. For her partner. Nissan shuts her eyes for a few moments and speaks up.
そうね。私もそう思うわ。
Gentle smiles floats on top of Nissan's face.
達也くん、大人になったわね。
I've been too much of a kid until now. I probably didn't look at my old man and my mom as individuals.
誰でも通る道よ。
Having said that, Nissan sinks her body into the sofa.
なんだか肩の荷が一つ降りた気がするわ。
Fina, who's been sitting beside me, quietly grasps my hand. Fina hasn't said anything, but I feel like she was giving me her blessings.
これで家族みんながお父さんとお母さんを大切に思えるようになったね。
Nah, fuck my old man. Just kidding. Looks like I'm the only one who was late to do so.
もういいのよ。千春さんもことこさんもきっと許してくれるわ。
That would make me happy. The person to whom those words have been shut away for a long time or addressed to is no longer here. He's returned to the ground on the moon that he was so fond of. Gonna go to my old man's room?
もちろん。誰が止めるというの？
Nessa smiles.
私もついて行っていいかしら。
Yeah, let's go inform him about us.
私はお隣へ行ってくるわね。
私も寝よっかな。安心したら疲れちゃった。
This way. I lead Fina to the old man's room, which is directly above the living room. Though I've continued to avoid appears in front of me. The door hasn't changed in particular. I'm still slightly reluctant in opening this door. Fina holds on to my
大
hand.
丈夫よ。入りましょう。
Nod silently and put my hand on the doorknob. Stuffy air pours out from the inside. The daytime warmth remains in the atmosphere. There's a nostalgic scent coming from somewhere. Fumble around and flip the switch for the light. Stare at my old man's room for a few moments as it comes into sight. The room remained untouched since the day my old man disappeared. The book he was reading, the note he was writing, everything is left as is. Maybe back someday. Such thoughts made us hesitate in sorting this place out. There's a room that shouldn't have anybody in it, but I can feel the atmosphere from my old man everywhere. Well, let's go in. Pull Fina's hand and move to the middle of the room. It's been a while, old man. Speak out towards the desk. Naturally, there's no response. Let me introduce you. There's Fina, my partner. Might already know her, though.
フィーナ・ファム・アーシュライトです。地球でお会いするのは初めてですね、お父様。
Fina lifts up the hem of her skirt lightly in greeting. Sorry for misunderstanding you until now. Can't tell this to you directly anymore, but once I have kids someday I'll tell them. My parents were a strong couple. The words ring through the room.
私もお約束します。
Fina adds on her voice while mine was echoing. We hold each other's hand and cast our eyes down towards the desk. My words won't reach my parents anymore. Having set my mind to two of them more, smiling softly.
達也、紙飛行機の本があるわ。
Fina points to the top of a mobile bookshelf. Alright? Pick up the book. The title of the book is Well-Flown Airplanes. Starts with an explanation of the structure of flying planes, ways to throw them, and continues along with how to make them. There are numerous example illustrations in the latter half of the book. And one of the examples had my old man's hand memo appended to it. There was information on the place, the weather, and dates when he flew airplanes. The results of how he flew his airplanes. How far the airplanes I made flew. And on top, and at the end, his plan for next time at the paper airplane he'll teach me how to make next are written down. These are the footprints of my old man trying to communicate with me through paper airplanes. According to the beginning of his memo, he had plenty of time to examine how my airplanes were doing. However, I gradually improved. I was quite engrossed in competitions in the latter half and thought of honest ways to win. The figure of my old man going through trial and error comes to mind, and it's kind of heartwarming.
優しい人だったのね。
Yeah. Oh, Scott, it would be hilarious if like Tatsu was like read all through this though. And suddenly, I'm going to become an aerodynamics engineer now. What? Huh? Just felt like it. That's a really weird thing to randomly decide, though. But hey, I'll probably be the first king in the history of both the Earth and the Moon that is also an aerodynamics engineer. I mean, yeah, but still. Tears start to well up in both me and Fina's eyes before I realized it. The paper falls to the floor. When I pick it up and take a look, it was a blueprint of a neatly folded paper airplane. It has a familiar shape.
これは
It's what my old man taught us. A sense of nostalgia fills my heart. When do we fly this?
行くぞー。
Alright!
おりゃ
Hurry! Paper airplane that our hands let go of soared through the air. We flew my old man's boastful original aircraft today. It's the first time the two of us flew the same kind of airplane. The airplane cuts across the sky. Never before seen smooth flight had me in a trance.
どうだ俺の飛行機は。
Wow! Did you know how to make it?
そうだな。家に帰ったら教えよ。
Okay.
だけどな、自分でも考えるんだぞ。俺の飛行機で俺に勝っても嬉しくないだろ
Yeah. I'll make mine fly further than yours.
それならよし。
Dad watches my airplane. I also keep my eyes on the one that I threw. My airplane had been flying straight ahead, curves right slowly, then collides with the wall of the spire and sputters down. Nah. Falls to the ground from my
俺
eyes.
の勝ちだな。
That one doesn't count.
投げ方だって腕の内だよ。
Damn it. Look at Dad's airplane, feeling frustrated. It had flown straight without curving and descended to the bottom of the hill. But it flown further, it wasn't for the spire. I glared at the spire out of frustration. Hey, what is this spire?
ん？そうだな。
Dad also looks up at the spire. The biggest ruin in all of Mitsurugasaki.
この塔は月につながってるのさ。
Liar, doesn't look that high.
みんなそう言うんだよ。
Dad smiles with
だ
amusement.
からこれは俺と達也だけの内緒だぞ。みんなに笑われちゃうからな。
He pokes my forehead as he says
わかった
that.
か？
It's connected to the moon. Spire that towers over Monomi Hill Park. Old man said it was connected to the moon. Was it simply a metaphor that when he said that spire was high?
達也、何か言ったかしら？
I was kind of recalling the past.
どんなこと？
I was flying paper airplanes with my old man in Monomi Hill Park. He told me at the time that the spire built there was connected to the moon.
月につながっている？
Yeah. I wanted him to tell me what he meant, but
あの塔はいつからあそこにあるのかしら？
I'm not sure. I don't know when someone had built it. It's just that it looks like some kind of monument since it's built on a park.
他には何か言っていなかった？
Just that they don't believe it.
うん。
Tina shuts her eyes and ponders. She opens them again after a short
千春さんは
moment.
公園の塔を研究していたのではないかしら？
Spire? I've heard of that spire as a rune related to the moon.
学説として塔のことを発表したのだけれど、誰も信用してくれなかった。というのはどうかしら？
Let's look it up. There should be at least a note on it.
でも勝手に調べるのは。
I'm sure he'll forgive us. It's not like we're throwing it away.
ええ。
Pull along Fina's hand as she hesitates, and I investigate the bookshelves on the desk. Found something like a research note soon after. Pick up this newest numbered one I come across. The note is flooded with dirty entries lined up. Seems that he didn't assume other people would be taking a look. Rapidly flip through the pages. Soon to find what appears to be a drawing of the spire from Monomi Hill Park.
間違いなく公園の塔ね。
I scanned through the memo around the drawing. We read the notes and racked our brains for some time. Top of the contents being technical, I wouldn't say that his handwriting is neat. That's quite the laborious work. But still, I can somehow understand what he wanted to say. The old man viewed the spire at the park as one of the ruins. In other words, he thought the spire was there before the war. AKA, the Monomi Hill Park Spire is more useful than the Dublin Spire. Fucked it about Dublin Spire is what I'm trying to say. The only good thing that comes out of the Dublin Spire is like once a year when they put the fucking thing around it that makes it look like a lightsaber when they shine the light on it. Anyways, Fina lets out a sigh. How does it look?
なんとなくわかったわ。千春さんは公園の塔を月と地球を結ぶ移動装置として考えていたようね。
Transportation device. So what he means by how the spire is connected to the moon?
そう思うわ。あと、いくつか説を補強する理論が書かれているわね。例えば、この町の名前であるとか。
The name. You know, this town is Mitsurugasaki City, or officially known as Mitsurugasaki Central Communications Port City.
月大使館ができる前から、ここは中央連絡公使と呼ばれていたそうだわ。つまり、 主要連絡港というのは大使館の空港ではないのね。
It means that the name of the central communications port is a reference to something else.
ええ、千春さんはそれを移動装置に結びつけているわ。
I see. A thought comes to mind. Sophia traveled to ruins in search of something. Sophia didn't find what she was looking for. You think that the thing she was after is at a ruin she didn't go to. It happens to be the spire at Monomi Hill Park then. There's a possibility that Sophia was looking for for a transportation device. Fina?
達也、
We exchanged looks at the same time. You first.
達也からどうぞ。
Hey, isn't what Sophia was looking for a transportation device? Fina's face lights up.
私もそう思っていた。母様の政治方針からすると、兵器より移動装置を探していた方が自然だわ。
Fina talks
公
joyfully.
園の塔が移動装置であることを証明できれば、母様の汚名を晴らすことができるかもしれない。
The suspicions that Sophia was trying to find weapons. I'm sure that it's still on Fina's mind. Seems to be excited now that she's arrived at a theory that can dissolve the suspicions. But I have to ask her this here.
これからは自分の意思で物事を判断できるよう注意していくわ。だから私が母様の価値観に追従しすぎることがあったら遠慮なく指摘してほしいの。ではお前はどう考えるのかというようにね。
That is my promise with Fina. I have to keep my word. Hey, Fina.
何かしら。
Fina looks at me, still excited. If Sophia was trying to find a transportation device, what will you do? If you find a transportation device, what will you do? Ask her this with a serious expression.
そうね。
Fina closes her eyes and thinks it over. She speaks up after a few moments pass.
まず母様の名誉を回復させるわ。そして月と地球との交流に役立てることができればと思う。使用法を解明して運用させたいの。時間はかかるかもしれないけれど。
See?
月と地球が今の状態を続けてもそれぞれにとって大きな進歩はないと思うの。もちろん交流を始めればトラブルは起きるでしょう。私と達也が喧嘩をしたようにね。
Yeah, quite a fight.
でも分かり合える喜びを知った今ならそんな経験もいい思い出だわ。
I recall in my mind the time when I fought with her. We began arguing right after we started going out. Then we did it again when I was set that Sophia was trying to find weapons. Both of us had a hard time when we argued, but I feel that our relationship grew stronger each time we made up. I think arguing is a necessary step for us right now.
確かに相手を拒絶することで得られる安定もあると思うけれど、でもそれは分かり合える喜びの前には無意味とすら思えるの。
I think so too. Fina looks at me and
私がこうして達也といい関係を築けているようにきっと地球も分かり合える日が来るはずだわ。
Ah,
だから今は多少のトラブルは恐れずまず一歩を踏み出すべきよ。
Fina says that with a firm tone. Her deep green eyes light up with passion. As if Fina could achieve anything right now, no matter how difficult it might be. That's feeling I get from her eyes. Alright? I'll believe in your dream.
達也、私からも聞かせてほしいわ。達也は移動装置を見つけてどうしたいのかしら。
Let me think. Words I heard from this float through my mind.
地球と月にどうなってほしいのかゆっくり考えて。
keep many people in mind. It's fine if it progresses towards the ideal image between the two planets that I've pictured inside my head. That's what Nathan had taught me. And my answer's decided. It will be for the best if we can freely go between the moon and the earth. Couples in a relationship that extends over both planets might show up if that happens. Natural interaction will blossom, and then they'll gradually create an open relationship. I take a deep breath. The spire at the park is a transportation device. It changes so you can travel to the moon. Fina smiles and looks at me happily. The ideal situation would be where people who want to go to the moon would be able to go any time they wanted to. Family members won't be able to attend the wedding otherwise.
そうね。
Fina giggles with amusement.
私と達也の理想は重なっているわ。
Yeah, what a coincidence. And now with a smile.
私の父様は月の将来を。お母さんは遺跡への道筋を私に残してくれた。そして達也のご両親は移動装置の場所を達也に残してくれた。
Two of us will attain the dream that our parents couldn't achieve. Hold out my hand to Fina. Fina takes it without hesitation. Let's move forward together.
もちろんだわ。
We intertwine our fingers and grip each other firmly. Both our hands are damp with sweat due to our expectation and anxiety. Even that felt pleasant right now. Another view, Fina from Earthlight. I enter my room and close the door behind me. My chest is still throbbing. I take out the memento gem from the dresser and hold it to my chest. The future of the moon that had been entrusted to me by father. The path to the ruins that had been shown to me by mother. The transportation device that Tatsuya's parents had found. The one who chased after their dreams and the ones who supported that joined up and gave birth to me and Tatsuya. And now we will move on to bring the will of our parents all together. What is happening now is due to a number of overlapping coincidences. Those feelings numb my body. It isn't proper of me, but I lie down on my bed while still in my dress. Glad that Tatsuya reconsidered what he thought of his parents again. The thing with the paper airplane was a coincidence, but I'm really happy I was a help to Tatsuya. As my consciousness is wrapped in a sense of happiness, the shrill sound of a cell phone brings me back to reality.
カレンかしら。
I quickly stiffen my expression and take out my phone.
はい。
夜分申し訳ございません。カレンです。
いいえ、構わないわ。
至急お伝えしたいことがございましたので、お電話いたしました。
Colin's tone is unusually stiff.
何かあったのかしら。
現在、朝霧家にリースという少女が居候しているかと思います。
リース。
An unexpected name comes up.
彼女について、さやかから警察に届け出がありました。
Someone's moving out there. Oh well.
初耳ね。
現在、リースは身元がわかるまでの暫定処置として、さやかが保護していることになっています。
そういうこと。
Last time Sayaka mentioned that Wreath was going to become a family member temporarily. So that's what was happening behind the
でも、
scenes.
それをどうしてあなたが？
本日、警察より大使館に身元照会がありました。リースという名前は、三鶴ヶ崎では特殊ですから、まず付き人であることを疑ったようです。
妥当ね。それで結果は？
渡航者の名簿に、彼女の名前はありませんでした。
そう。付き人ではないということね。
The embassy manages all the travelers from the moon. When their name does not appear on the register, it means that they are the Lunarian.
ですが、リースについては、礼拝堂での目撃証言が多数ありました。
まさかリースが密航者と？
可能性が高いかと存じます。これは個人的な観測ですが、
以前密航者と切り結んだ際、相手の間合いはかなり狭かったと記憶しております。
I recall how the person from the church helped me and Tatsuya when we were attacked by the security guards. Tatsuya mentioned that a girl had spoke out to him. Furthermore, he said her voice sounded familiar.
リースが密航者だとしてどうするの？保護するつもりかしら？
はい。その件なのですが、
Conan lowers her
リ
tone.
ースが密航者であるなら、以前お二人を助けた人物である可能性が高くなります。目的はさておき、お二人に害があるとリースは困るようです。
そう考えられるわね。
その上で、これはご提案なのですが、私としてはリースを見逃そうと考えています。
Oh, just casually overlooking Wreath.
リースを暗に護衛としてそばに置けと。
はい。リースの目的がはっきりしませんので、危険があることは承知しています。ですが、リースがいない場所でお二人が以前の男たちに遭遇した場合、
Conan hesitates.
逃げられないわ。ほぼ確実に。
Say what you wanted to say.
賭けになってしまいますが、
少し様子を見てみます。
それがよろしいかと。
わかったわ。ところでカレン、あなた、いつまで私たちに肩入れするつもり？
それは。
あなたの身にもしものことがあったらどうするの？カレン、聞いているの？
I could only hear Conan's quiet breathing on the other side of the
フ
phone.
ィーナ様、立派にセフィリア様のご意志をお継ぎなさいませ。
カレン？
ご分を。
カレン？カレン！
He hung up on me. For Conan, it was unbelievable behavior. Can't be that Conan is. Stand up and then stop. Assume that something happened to Conan. I mean that there will be a change of authority inside the embassy. Judging by how the situation has been, it's natural to think that father has snatched away Conan's powers. What will happen if I go outside in an unconcerned manner? Everything will end if I'm caught.
カレン。
I bite my lips. Bite down hard to the point where I thought blood was going to come out. I'd put up with this for now, in order to not waste Conan's feelings. After endurance, pushing through with with the investigation of the ruins is also Conan's greatest desire.
無事でいて。
Conan, Clavius, another view. I lean against the back of the chair. My body is enveloped in a sinking feeling. There's probably nothing more I can do. I can only trust in Fiona and Tatsuya for the rest. Fiona's becoming more like Ophelia since she met Tatsuya. The talks of her marriage were thrilling, but I didn't think I would be this excited in the end. As if it's as I would expect of Ophelia's daughter.
来たようね。
Stand up with my beloved katana in my hand. The door busts open and 3 men in black suits enter. His Majesty is short-tempered. Compared to his normal state, he's being unbelievably forceful and dishonest. Seems he changes this much when his daughter is involved. Good grief. Treating someone with love isn't this difficult. Though he's trying to save someone, he's also hurting
あ
them.
なたたちを呼んだ覚えはありませんが。
いえ、こちらには用がございます。
The black-suited man says this with a courteous attitude.
何用ですか？
カレン・クラウン様。陛下のご命令により、本日をもって大使館駐在武官の任が解かれました。近日中に月へご帰還いただきます。
嫌だと言ったらどうします？
I place my thumb on the sheath of the katana. Attention runs to the black-suited men.
そうされると思っておりました。
Sayaka. The men in the black suits take out a black pistol from their breast pocket. The 3 weapons are pointed at me.
そのお年で死に急がれることもあり。
Whatever the circumstances may be, yielding without crossing swords once is... I got my katana and it drops to the
賢
floor.
明なご判断。
あなたに褒められるほど落ちぶれてはいないわ。
It's morning. I get dressed and head downstairs. My body is brimming with energy. Morning.
おはよう。元気いいね。
Maya flashes a smile. Yeah, maybe so.
おはようございます。昨日はお疲れ様でした。
Probably heard the story about my dad. Mia bows deeply. Thanks.
元気そうでよかったわ。
Esan smiles as well, because Fina's by my side.
熱々。お羨ましい。
Ah, well, you know. My face heats up. Wreath, is the bread good? Wreath takes a bite of her bread while casting a sidelong glance at us being lively.
知らない。
Feels like, heard this voice before somewhere. What's in my mind is the memory of when I was attacked by the men in black suits. No way, that can't be right. By the way, where's Fina? I changed the topic as if to shake off the doubt that the doubts that were rising in my chest.
先ほど声をかけましたので、間もなくいらっしゃるかと。いらっし
Mia looks towards Fina's room.
ゃいました。
おはよう。
Fina's smiling. However, part of her mood is strange. Feels like she's forcing us
お
somehow.
はよう、フィーナさん。
Everyone gives their greetings, starting with Mai. Morning, Fina.
ええ、おはよう達也。
Fina speaks to me, still smiling. Is it just my imagination? Now that breakfast is over, Wreath is staring at the TV. I want to discuss with Fina about the actions we'll take from here on out. However, she's taking her time while eating today. Wreath is sitting next to me, sadly watching a news program. Even though programs suited towards children are airing, why the news? Hey, Wreath. Call out to her while patting the space between the ears attached to her hat. Wreath turns around as she pushes her hat down so it doesn't slip off. You like the news?
嫌いじゃない。
She suddenly turns back to the TV. That was blunt. I feel a little wistful when she thrusts me away like that. Oh yeah, try challenging the hug, which failed last time. Right, come over here. Lift Wreath up as I say that.
話して。
Well, come on now. I lay Wreath, who had a sullen expression, in between my lap with no questions asked. Great success!
暑苦しい。
Wreath is wearing thick clothes. Of course she'd be hot, but it's fine with this much.
よくない。
Wrap my arms around Wreath from the top of her shoulders and gently embrace her. I can feel Wreath's heartbeat against my chest. Beats in moderation. Kind of a pleasant rhythm. Gently clasp Wreath's shoulders to match your pulse.
何？
You dislike it when I do this?
嫌いじゃない。
Wreath casts her eyes down as she says that. She seems to be embarrassed. How is it now to have become one of our family members? Are you having fun? Wreath doesn't respond for a while. She hasn't spoken about the matters regarding her family thus far. Might be touching on something unpleasant. You don't need to force yourself to respond.
悪くない。
She says that in a soft voice. Resist the urge to ask her if it's not good either. She's got the feeling that there's a slight sense of satisfaction in Wreath's voice. Wreath quietly closes her eyes in my arms. A relieved expression makes me happy too for some reason.
達也、
Fina? Fina's expression is firm and
少
stiff.
しいいかしら。
Yeah, I don't mind. I return Wreath to the sofa.
リースも一緒でいいわ。
Wreath looks at Fina with a sharp glance as she hears her say that. Don't tell me. Did Fina realize it too? Wreath gets down on the sofa without a word. Looks like she's coming along. Gets down from the sofa does make sense for her, I guess, since she's just fucking small. But it still confused the fuck out of me just now. The atmosphere tenses just as we enter Fina's room. Though I was nervous all along, those two seem to be nervous as well.
どうぞ。
Sit on the sofa, as Fina says. Wreath also sits down beside me.
リース、担当直入に聞くわ。あなたは付き人なのかしら。
Fina stares at Wreath. The glint in her eyes is fierce, and it even makes me cringe.
そう。
Wreath answers in confirmation with simple words.
昨夜、 カレンから連絡をもらったわ。地球に渡った月人の名簿にリースの名前はないとのことよ。
In other
密
words,
航したということ。
Wreath replies quietly. Then could you have been the one back then who...
達也も気づいていたの？
I realized it just earlier. The voice of the one who saved me from the men in the black suits resembles Wreath's voice.
私が助けた。
Wreath stares straight ahead without changing her expression. The stance the girl takes is a slightly sad one. A part of her figure feels lonesome. Pains the ones who are watching her. Thank you for helping us.
私からもお礼を言わせて。ありがとう。
We bow in unison. Actually, I'm not sure what would have happened to us if Wreath wasn't there. I felt truly grateful. Wreath looks slightly perplexed. Whatever reasons are, Wreath had us all fooled without a word. She probably didn't think that we would be thanking her. Speaking of which, were you the one who fought with Cotton, Wreath? She uses a katana and has long hair.
知ってる。体、傷つけられた。
In other words, Cotton was the one who inflicted the bruises on Wreath's body. It wasn't natural to be able to attack and hit an invisible opponent. I see, that must have hurt. I unconsciously pat Wreath's head. Wreath looks fondly at me. Anyway, can you tell us what you're after?
セフィリアの目的を知ること。
A word I couldn't imagine came out of Wreath's mouth.
そんな。
Fina opens her eyes in surprise. You know Sephilia? Wreath should have been even smaller during when Sephilia was alive.
私は知らない。でも教団では記憶が引き継がれる。だからセフィリアを知っている。
She certainly would know if somebody had told her. But the expression of picking up memories bothers me a little.
どうして母様の目的を？
兵器を探している可能性があった。兵器は破壊しなくてはならない。
Wreath says that while staring at Fina's eyes. Is that why you kept watch on us? You were hoping that we would lead you to the weapons. Finally see the picture. She told us to she asked to keep us investigating the ruins if she wants to know what Sophilia's objective is. That's why Wreath helped us when the men in black suits tried to stop our investigation.
でも安心していいわ。
お？
母様が探していたのは兵器ではないのよ。
何？
移動装置よ。かつて月と地球を移動するために使われていたものだと思うわ。
そう。
As usual, Wreath replies with indifference.
だから破壊する必要はないの。
わかった。
Why is it? There's still some suspicion remaining in Wreath's attitude. I have a guess as to where it's located, so we'll head there soon.
難しい。
どうしてかしら？遠いところではないのよ。
Wreath looks outside the
こ
house.
の家、囲まれているから。
Keep an eye outside the window and panic. Fina also becomes uptight. I don't see a single person, let alone men in black
見つから
suits.
ない。素人じゃないから。でも、輪を縮めている。
Fina and I exchange looks. Her face is stiff with tension. I wonder if this is under Karen's instructions.
違うわね。カレンはおそらくもう力を失っているわ。
Fina casts her eyes down.
昨夜の電話でカレンの様子がおかしかったの。まるで最後の別れを言うようだった。
Do you recall what happened at the time? Fina puts a hand on her brow and closes her eyes. And Karen
無事
is...
でいてくれればいいのだけれど。
Silent fills the room. Karen had somewhat put us into consideration. However, the men in black suits are different. They're bastards who resort to capturing Fina with brute force. I'm sure they'll be able to break into this house. Even my body realizes that I won't be able to win if I challenge them head on. How can we get to the ruins? Peek outside the window again, but it seems like the usual residential district. On the contrary, it's creepy.
リス、 お願いがあるのだけれど、
Fina speaks up after a short moment.
私たちに力を貸してもらえないかしら。
何するの？
遺跡に行く手助けをしてほしいの。
Let's see, Wreath won't lose to the men in black suits. Wreath stares at us, her expression remaining the same. Please.
お願い。
We bow down to Wreath.
軽々しく頭下げちゃダメ。
Wreath says that with discomfort.
リース、
正面突破は難しい。
Wreath turns away and says this with slight embarrassment.
助けてくれるの？
Wreath nods. Thank you for helping us. I pat Wreath's head.
痛い。
Wreath holds her head down with both hands so that her hat doesn't fall
達
off.
也、リースが壊れてしまうわ。
Sorry. I pull back my hand in a hurry.
礼拝堂に抜け道がある。
Wreath says that as she fixes her bent hat.
どこに繋がっているのかしら。
居住区の外。
教団は居住区にそんなものを作っていたのね。
Fina says that with amazement. You'll be able to shake off the men in black suits there?
そう。礼拝のふりをする。
確かに礼拝堂の中なら襲ってこないかもしれないわ。
Are they that deeply religious?
付き人なら一定以上は教団に敬意を払っているはずよ。
We might be able to do this then.
そうね。
決まったら呼んで。私はいつでも行ける。
Wreath gets off the sofa and heads towards the
リー
exit.
ス、ありがとう。
You have our thanks.
こういうの嫌いじゃない。
Wreath says that indifferently and puts her hand on the doorknob. She then stares at our faces once more.
家を出たらもう帰れないかもしれない。覚悟して。
Wreath's words echo in my head. I might not be able to return anymore. Those unusual words make my head dizzy. However, there's no question about what Wreath says. Men in black suits are overwhelmingly stronger than me. I might not get by with only losing consciousness next time. Even if I do live through it, I might lose Fina. My family might not be able to return to normal. The ruin investigations, until now, have been exciting and somewhat like a picnic. But it doesn't feel like we're playing around this time. I'm definitely afraid. Men in black suits might be closing in on their encirclement on us as we speak. Fina sits down beside me. Fina's sweet, elegant scent drifts about in the air. Fina leans her head against my shoulder without a word. I can feel her trembling, little by little. I wonder just how Fina is feeling. The one who is interfering with us is none other than Fina's father. It would be easier if she held a grudge against her father. However, she can tell that her parent is acting based on his affection for her. To begin with, Fina's actions are the trigger for everything. Karen and I are going through hard times because of her. I definitely don't want Fina to think like that. I gently embrace Fina's head.
達也、
Fina nuzzles her face against my chest. She presses her cheek against me many times, like she was trying to look for a place to go. I continue to pat Fina's head silently. I'm scared about getting hurt, about losing my family. The thing I'm scared of most is losing Fina. That's why I've already made up my mind. I'll believe in Fina no matter what happens. Just like how Mom believed in my old man and saw him off. I'll continue to be at Fina's side no matter where she goes, and I believe in her. Sad for me, there's no one else who would believe her up until now. This is my pride as her partner. It'll be fine, because I'll always be beside you. Wrap Fina's head in a tighter embrace.
達也、ありがと
Fina holds onto my body with a squeeze.
う。負けられないわね。
Fina says that as she separates from me. Yeah. Wouldn't be like us if we give up here. I promise you that I'd continue fighting no matter what difficulties I'm subjected to. The night when we first kissed. The promise we exchanged at Monomi Hill Park. The promise is the simple and most important thing inside of us. We're finished the moment that one of us stops fighting. This is an unspoken understanding.
そうね。 あの約束が私たちのスタートだったわ。
And not firmly. Let's accomplish what our fathers weren't able to. Stand up and hold out my hand to Fina. Keep on fighting. You'll keep on fighting no matter what happens, right?
ええ、あなたと一緒ならきっと大丈夫。
Fina stares at me. I also stare back at her eyes, into her eyes. There's no hesitation in Fina's eyes. I arrange for a taxi while Fina gets prepared. There is great danger in walking to the chapel. We then pack anything important that we can get our hands on inside a bag. Medical supplies, emergency rations, a wristwatch, a knife, matches, etc.
達也、準備ができたわ。
Fina leaves her room still in her dress. Going out in that dress?
ええ。この方が改まった礼拝に見えるでしょ。
I see. Fina's composed even now. I called for a taxi.
そうね。歩いていくのは危険だわ。
But what's left is just waiting for the car to get here. Look around the house, the living room and dining room, the places where I remember where everything is placed. Peter's room, a place where we talked about so many things. The stairway, which I've lost count of how many times I've went up and down. On top of the stairs, there's Mia's room, Mai's room, Nesan's room, and my old man's room. I feel that our house had been warmly watching over us for some reason. Fina is also staring at the house with a slightly sad look.
私は忘れないわ。この家であったこと、すべて。
We'll return.
ええ。必ず。
We'll be leaving the house in a short while, in order to fulfill what each of our parents couldn't accomplish. We light out. Did we forget anything? There is. I forgot something very important. I haven't informed anybody of where we're going. If we leave the house without saying a word, if we aren't able to return home for some reason, I'll be doing the same thing as our old man. The dismay and anxiety and sorrow of family members who were left behind. I've experienced it all. I want everyone to experience the same thing. Fina, there's something that we haven't done yet. Let's leave a letter for everyone. There should still be time. Fina smiles brightly. Fina takes out some paper, some pieces of white writing paper from the drawer.
さあ、達也。
Fina hands me a page. Yeah. My hands face the writing paper. What's wrong with me? I almost forgot to leave behind a note for everyone. Everyone around us has always been there for us, now that I think about it. The happy times, the sad times, the harsh times. They were by our sides. That's why I think I've been able to try my hardest up until now. That's why I think we're leaving like this. Run through the pages. About the investigation of the ruins, about Cecilia, about my old man, about the men in the black suits. Write down the details of the occurrences as concise and simple as I can. And once faces float through my mind as I run through the pages. Nesan, Mai, Mia, Natsuki, Pops, Jin. They're all smiling. That's kind of rude. He just straight up ignored Midori. Not a single person had a look of disgust. No one that dwells inside my heart. They're all smiling. I'm very happy to be able to live around such people. My chest grows hot.
字が震えているわ。しっかりして。
And Mifina places her hand on top of both my shoulders. Yeah. After finishing writing down the sequence of events, I apologize for suddenly leaving the house and taking a break from work. Finally, an entirely blank space. I write down that we will definitely return. What's left is our name. Write down my name firmly and then hand the page to Fina.
ありがとう。
Fina writes down her own name in elegant characters beside mine.
これは封筒に入れて置いておきましょう。
Fina puts the letter inside a stark white envelope.
これも
Wreath is standing there before we realized. She has a small memo in her
入
hand.
れて。
Alright. Accept the memo from Wreath. In very awkward characters. Thank you, Wreath. Was written there.
よくできたわね。
Fina pats Wreath's head.
家族嫌いじゃない。
As usual, Wreath fixes her slipped off
これで
hat.
完成よ。
Fina closes the envelope and seals it with wax. A car horn beeps outside the
行きま
house.
しょう。
Yeah.
姫様、どちらへ？
Mia comes down from the second floor and calls out to us and stops right then.
礼拝に行くわ。
ドレスで行かれるのですか？
It's kind of a form of worship today. Take Fina's hand.
なるほど。ご報告ですね。
Happy smile floats up on Mia's face.
それでは、行ってくるわ。
Fina looks at Mia. Mia stares back at Fina with a puzzled look. Watch over the house, I'm counting on you. Say that with my usual tone, overwhelmed with emotion.
行ってくる。
いってらっしゃいませ。
We approach the taxi in silence. A man in a black suit shows up from a blind spot by the house. It's the guy who knocked me
どちらへ？
down.
礼拝に。
遺跡調査の件お考えいただけましたか？
気持ちの整理に礼拝に行くのよ。
さようでしたか。
The man in the black suit seems to be a little off guard since he sees that Fina is wearing her
す
dress.
ぐに戻るわ。
The men in black suits take a few steps back. We pretend to calmly get in the car. We're off. The Italians are seeing us off. The chapel in the Lunarian residential quarters. The driver replies back with a carefree voice.
ご分は。
She 100% knows what's going on. Black car falls behind the taxi 2 car lengths away. Looks like they won't let us move around freely.
勤勉なことで何よりね。
Unique transition again. We get out of the car. Black car also stops after a slight delay. Ian has a tense expression, as I would expect.
中へ。
Footsteps of the black men follow behind us. Seeing us suddenly stops and turns
あな
around.
たたち、司祭様と大切な話がありますから。礼拝堂に入るのは遠慮してもらえるかしら。
それは困ります。
扉の鍵は閉めないと約束します。不審な点があれば、いつでも入っていただいて結構です。それでどうかしら。
Fina says that with a calm
わかり
expression.
ました。くれぐれも軽率な行動はお控えください。
わかりました。
Fina promises them this and then faces back forward.
では、行きましょう。
We open the huge wooden door and head inside the chapel. The door opens with a heavy
それ
groan.
で、どうしたらいいのかしら。
祭壇の後ろに抜け道がある。
Right, let's go. Just may take a few steps forward. The inner chapel door opens.
どちら様でしょうか？
Oh, hi, Estel! How's it going? The person who comes out is
こ
Estel.
れは、フィーナ様。
Estel lowers her head.
突然申し訳ありません、司祭様。
いえ、そのようなことはありません。
Estel smiles. It was terrible last time I met her, but what about this time? Good afternoon. Philip greet her.
あなたは、
Estel's expression stiffens up. Looks like this won't work after all.
なぜあなたがフィーナ様と一緒にいるのですか？
I cast a side glance at Fina. She nods firmly at me. I'm Fina's partner.
はい。
She looks absolutely puzzled. It appears that Estel doesn't get it. I suppose that's natural. The truth is that we're gonna get married.
何を言っているのですか？彼は。
信じられないかもしれませんが、本当のことです。
Estel suddenly turns pale.
地球人とフィーナ様がですか？
その通りです。
ご冗談を。地球人との婚姻など認められるわけがありません。
Estel, who went pale, gradually turns red.
月の民が聞いたら何と言うでしょう。
反対されることは分かっています。しかし、それでも私は達也を選んだのです。
失礼ですが、それは開き直りというものではないでしょうか。
そう言われても仕方ありません。しかし、彼にも認められた関係です。
Conan tells us that she will make sure that the moon approves of us. Estel bites her lips as she hears my words.
ともかく、フィーナ様と地球人風情では釣り合いが取れません。
達也を地球人風情と呼ぶのは承服しかねます。
喧嘩してる時間ない。
Wreath steps out from behind us.
リース、
Estelle kneels in front of Wreath.
今までどこに行っていたの？何度も探したのよ。
達也の家。
Wreath points at me. Well, I suppose she was. Estelle staggers backward.
どうして？あなたは一体何なのですか？
Future king, I suppose. She puts both of her hands on the floor.
急ぐ。祭壇の裏へ。
Wreath leaves Estelle, who was hanging her head, and advances further into the chapel.
待ちなさい。どうするつもりですか？
祭壇の下に通路がある。そこを使う。
Wreath walks quickly. We follow after her.
姿を現せ。
Behind the altar, a set of double doors shows up near the floor. Pitch black darkness spreads out as they open without
これ
hesitation.
はリース。あなたは一体。
Estelle is speechless.
ここに入るのね。
そう。
話が見えないのですが。
Athena and I are being chased.
どなたに？
父様の配下のものです。
Estelle becomes more and more confused.
私と達也はずっと遺跡の調査を行ってきました。
遺跡とおっしゃいますと。
かつての戦争があった時代の遺跡です。
There's a transportation device that connects the Earth and Moon that they used at the time in Mitsurugasaki. It's the monument at Menominee Hill Park.
あの塔が。
Estelle opens her eyes wide.
公園まで行きたいのですが、父様の配下に追われ、身動きが取れないのです。だから、この通路を通って追っ手を巻く。
なるほど。
通っていいかしら。
Athena asks Estelle.
なぜ私に許可を求めるのですか？
ここは礼拝堂ですから。
お止めしても無駄なのでしょ？
すみません。
Thank you very much.
ですが、これだけは忘れないでください。
Estelle looks toward us.
私をはじめとして多くの付き人は地球人との婚姻には賛成しません。
分かっています。国民皆に歓迎されるよう努力していきたいと思っています。
I'll also do my best. Estelle glances at me.
別に頑張らなくても結構です。
That's harsh.
地球人に優しくする理由はありません。
Why are you letting us pass here?
リースがお世話になりましたから。借りは返します。地球人に借りを作ったとあっては付き人として恥ずかしいですから。
Estelle looks
あり
away.
がとう。礼を言います。
Thank you very much.
いえ、
早く行って。
What about you, Wreath?
私はここで。
Wreath says that in her usual
エ
manner.
ステル一人では何かあった時困る。
I'm sure the men in black the men in black suits will eventually come into the chapel since we'll never come out. They might give Estelle all kinds of hell if that happens.
リースは大丈夫なのかしら？
Wreath nods.
負けない。
Honestly speaking, I have qualms about leaving these girls here. We can't be of help to her by remaining here. Talking is hard. Not only that, but we would be reducing her feelings to nothing. Okay. Gently pat Wreath's head without saying anything. Wreath looks fondly at me.
こういうの嫌いじゃない。
必ずまた会いましょう。
Fina also pats Wreath's head.
それではお達者で。
We nod to Estelle and step down towards the underground staircase. How long have we been walking in the darkness? Barely see the light. This is a scene I've seen many times. Seems we are at the riverbanks close to the residential area. The door on the underground is soon absorbed by the dirt once it closes, and we can't see it anymore.
行きましょう。
Yeah. We run full speed under the blazing sun. Wreath risked her life to make time for us. We can't waste even a second. We reach Monomi Hill Park after continuing to run for about 10 minutes. Even Fina usually doesn't sweat as beads of sweat on her brow. I wonder if Wreath is okay.
大丈夫よ。きっと。
It's probably comprised of wishful thinking. However, it will be too painful to go on if we don't think that way. The last thing we heard was gunshots pouring down like rain. Wreath is dealing with those men in black suits within that. Hold up. Okay, I understand them like trying to pursue them or something, but they're still firing firearms in a fucking church, which is like, you know, pretty bad considering how religious the moon is. Like, Jesus Christ. That's like back in the Middle Ages, someone just like running into the fucking church and just smacking smacking every fucking bench with a hammer because he thought, hey, where's the guy hiding in here? Like, come on, that won't end well. Is she alive? Or...
私たちは私たちにできることを。
Yeah. See the hill forming the many levels of stairs when I look up. Spire towers over the peak. Let's go. Grip onto Fina's hand. Fina gives me a firm squeeze in return. The wind rushes up the hill. The wind rushing up the hill gently brushes our skin damp with sweat. The grass sways, shining dark green and soaking up the summer light. This is the place I've once flown paper airplanes with my old man. At the place where Fina and I first exchanged kisses. It's been a while since we've been here.
そうね。なんだか懐かしいわ。
Fina looks up the spire. I also imitate her. It's about 60 meters high. Doesn't make a difference on the spire, which looks down on the town of Mitsugaseki majestically. It has a square pyramid base and sticks out like a triangular wafer. The tip reflects the intense light of summer, pointing towards the heavens like a spear aimed at the stars. Take out the gem, Fina. Fina nods and takes out the gem from her handbag. Gem lets out a dazzling light. The intense light can't be compared to what we've seen until now. Can't confirm its radiance even though it's daytime.
何かあるのね。
Yeah. On my breath, it alternate looks between the gem and the spire. In an instant, light runs to the base of the spire. Immediately after, part of the wall, a niche 2 meters wide and 4 meters tall, slides upward without a sound. I think that's the entrance! Not knowing what to say, I mindlessly gaze at the spire. There's a corridor ahead of the gaping wide entrance. Sunlight only reaches about 1 meter in. The rest is within the darkness. The door reacts to the light of the gem and opens. It's the only thing that projects in my eyes. This gem.
わからないわ。母様から大切にしなさいと渡されただけで。
Fina looks at the gem inside her hand. It's still letting out a strong light. Anyway, nothing will happen unless we go in.
ええ、
Fina nods. I'll go ahead.
気をつけて。
I lead the way and step inside the entrance. It's filled with dusty air inside. Just how long has it been since the last time somebody has been in here? Fina steps in. The light of the gem illuminates our surroundings dimly. Ah! Huge room spreads out before our eyes. I have no idea how big it exactly is. What is this? Fina hangs out the gem. Vaguely make out what seems to be a display and a desk.
入室を確認しました。
Suddenly hear the voice of a young woman.
副電源をオンにしますか？
どうしましょう、達也。
Turn it on? The moment I say that, the room lights up. I was too stunned to speak. First thing that caught my eye was the gigantic display mounted on the wall. It was as big as the screen in a movie theater. Displays the size of the school chalkboards are mounted on both sides. Desks are placed in an orderly fashion on the floor, each one integrated with a display or some kind of mechanism. Documents and writing tools are placed on top of the desks, ready for whenever they need to be used. brings forth an indescribable sense of emptiness.
似ているわ。大使館の連絡口にある管制室に。
And this place is.
同じような機能を持った施設なのかもしれないわ。
Fina walks up to the computer console in the middle of the room. The door closes behind me. Speaking of which, we're being chased. We'll be cornered like rats if they happen to locate us here. It's good that they can't see the entrance from outside, but... Said something passing by me. Look around and nothing had changed.
達也、こっちへ来て。
What's up? Fina's checking the computer console in the middle. There are monitors and keypads attached to a desk that's 5 times bigger than the one in my room. Fina's pointing at is one side of that. There's a sunken area about the size of one rectangular notebook. Then a plastic sheet is inserted inside with a red light shining from underneath.
これは何かしら。
Some kind of pattern drawn with a thin line on the plastic sheet. It's shaped like a bird spreading its wings. Feels like I've seen this somewhere. Isn't this the same? Isn't this pattern the same one that's on your gem?
言われてみれば。
Fina compares the pattern of the gem of her gem and nods.
センサーのようにも見えるし、宝石をかざすのかもしれないわ。
If the light from the gem opens the entrance, then this gem is something that's deeply related to this facility. Probably so. Fina stares into my eyes. She's asking me if she should hold the gem over it. What'll happen once she does? I can't imagine. Simply have a premonition that something significant will occur. It's the biggest device attached to the computer, the console in the middle. It has to be important. But nothing will come out of hesitating here. We have to go as far as we can. Let's hold the gem over it. Fina nods with an intense look. She slowly holds the gem over the red light. Makes a small noise. A high-pitched sound echoes through the facility. At the same time, the surrounding monitors and computers light up faintly.
中央連絡講師起動重力トランスポーター待機状態に入りました。
I hear the voice of a young woman again. It appears that the voice works together with the mechanism.
今の声。
Yeah, it's set to the Central Communications Port City. That this is the Central Communications Port City. Gravitational Orbit Transporter.
トランスポーターというのは移動装置のことではないかしら。
You would expect a transporter to transport things. And this facility is...
千春さんの考えていた通り。
Transportation device. Excitement soars from inside of me. We did it! Grasp Fina's hand tightly.
母様が探していたのは兵器ではなかったのね。
Fina squeezes my hand. You might be able to restore Sophilia's honor if he reports to the moon.
使い方がわかれば月と地球の交流に役立てられるわ。
Fina, my mind is filled with ideas full of radiance.
達也、あれを見て。
Fina lowers the tone of her voice as she says that. She points to the main display. Huh? In the lower right corner of the main display. 0, 13, 20, 27. That's what is shown. The number decreases with each passing second. What is that?
カウントダウンをしているようだけれど。
Won't explode or anything, will he?
そういえば、宝石を置いたとき、待機状態と言っていたわ。
So it's on standby.
何かマニュアルのようなものがないか探してみましょう。
Yeah. Split up and check the desks and floor around us. Documents with a row of digits and graphs, writing tools, personal photos. There are various things left here. This place is called a ruin, and these are excavated artifacts. These are in an unimaginable condition for something a few hundred years old.
どうかしら。
Couldn't find anything. There are some normal documents, but
私もだわ。
Fina looks at display with unease. The digits have gone down to 0001 48. We're almost out of time. Let's try waiting.
結果を見て考えましょうか。
Having decided that, we sit down on the floor. 16 47. Time steadily decreases. I have no control over my chest, which is beating fast. What on earth will happen once the digits reach 0? Gently embrace Fina. It'll be fine. I have no evidence to back this, but it was all I could say. 10, 9. Put more strength into my arms holding Fina. It presses her head firmly against my chest. 3, 2, 1. Sounds kinda like the power had been cut.
待機状態を解除します。
Power fades from the surrounding monitors and computers. The power's gone.
そんな。
Fiona lets go of me and looks around. As much as I'd hoped for a flashy change, this is kind of disappointing. Do we have to do something within the time limit?
一体何をすれば。
Let's try looking for a cue.
必要ない。
I hear a familiar voice from behind me. This voice is... Wreath? Wreath was standing in place and a little in the distance. She's in her weird, magical girl outfit, I guess I could call it. She's wearing, unique leotard clothing.
よく無事で。
You're hurt.
平気。
She has a blunt tone. But even that makes me happy. But I'm surprised that she found this place.
黒服を巻いてから後をついてきた。
That's so. Seems that the men in black weren't a match for her.
リースのおかげでここにたどり着くことができたわ。ありがとう。
Thank you, Wreath.
別にいい。
Wreath suddenly turns away. By the way, you mentioned that it wasn't necessary to find clues just now. What was that about?
これから私が破壊する。
Couldn't comprehend what Wreath had said. Destroy it? She's gonna destroy this facility.
どういうこと？あなたの目的は兵器を破壊することでしょ？
そう。だから破壊する。
Wait up. This facility is a gravitational orbit transporter, you know. Are you saying that's a weapon?
そう。機動重力トランスポーターは大量物資や人員を月に送る装置。でも、実際に戦争で使用された兵器。
どういうこと？
Well, yeah, if you could instantaneously send troops to the fucking moon, they wouldn't be safe. Turns out, anything can be used as a weapon if you use it correctly.
この装置は物をカプセルに詰めて打ち出す。月にある対の装置がそれを受け止める。
In short, it's like a cannon that shoots out goods and people in the form of a bullet. There's a similar device on the moon which catches the flying bullet.
実際に使われていたのでしょ？
Wreath nods.
月社会はこの装置の完成で急速に発展した。
And what part of this is a weapon?
わざと狙いを外した。対の装置を狙わず、街を狙う。それで、月も地球も、たくさんの人が死んだ。
Even though it's shooting things like luggage, it is no different from a meteorite by the time it reaches the ground surface. Same thing applies for both the moon and the earth.
おかしいわ、そんな使い方。
確かに、間違った使い方。でも、当時の人が戦争に使ったことは事実。そうでなくては、文明が後退するほどの被害は出ない。
Kidding. They had a gunfight by using this thing? Can't understand it. Don't want to understand it. Can't believe that they used the device for interaction as a weapon. No, in truth, I probably don't want to accept that there was a war between the moon and the earth in the first place. I know that a war happened. I know, but I didn't want to accept it. How could my ancestors kill many of Fina's ancestors?
事実は事実。
Wreath heads towards the middle computer console. She skillfully operates the computer like as if it were her own. The main display powers up. The heavenly bodies of the moon and earth reflected on the screen. The earth is enlarged. It focuses on land. To the northern hemisphere. To long and narrow islands. The image gradually magnifies in.
御鶴ヶ崎の地図ね。
What's with this? Wreath parts for the computer console and faces towards
御
us.
鶴ヶ崎湾。
That's where one of the hits. That's where one of the fucking attacks hit. That's why it looks like a crater.
美しい円形の入り江。自然にできたものだと思う。
Wreath stares at me with sad eyes.
まさか。
This was made from an attack by the moon. Wreath nods.
クレーター。
Wreath and I stiffened up from Wreath's words.
戦争を経ても月と地球の装置は残った。私には戦争の記憶が引き継がれている。あんな悲劇を繰り返してはいけない。私は破壊する。月の平穏を保つことが私の使命。
そんな。
Hina bites her lips. She bites out so hard I thought she'd gnaw through them. The spire of Monumi Hill Park contains a transportation device that was once used. There's no doubt about it, but that's only half of it. The spire of Monumi Hill Park also contains a weapon that was once used. That's the other half. That's the reality of it. The thing that Ophelia was searching for was a weapon. Were you planning on cooperating with us to destroy this facility to begin with, Wreath?
そう。地球にある装置の場所は知らなかったから。
Wreath says this without a change in her expression. Was that how he showed up in front of me? How he became part of our family? Was it all part of your calculation?
否定はしない。フィーナが遺跡に興味を持つよう、セフィリア失脚の理由を教えたのも私。私は使命のために生きている。恨んでもいい。それで兵器を破壊できるなら悪くない。
Wreath, I don't feel anger. Simply feel very hurt from being betrayed. Hina gently grasps my hand.
辛いのは私も一緒よ。でもリースがいなければ私たちはここにいないわ。
That's a fact. Fina would have been sent back to the moon already if it wasn't for Wreath. If I hadn't made it this far, I wouldn't have been able to understand my parents either.
リース、確かにこの装置は兵器として使用されたかもしれないわ。
All you gotta do is program in some kind of lock. Like, make it so it just does not allow you to shoot unless you are certain to hit the other side. The other terminal. It's that fucking easy. I say that, but then again, skill enough. Engineer in the same way that they could program in that kind of restriction. They could probably find a way to program it out again.
でも正しく使用すれば月と地球の交流を活発にできるかもしれないのよ。それを破壊するなんて。
長い年月のうちにはいつか間違いを起こす。私は繰り返したくない。あの戦争は悲惨すぎる。
Wreath casts her eyes down.
戦争を起こすのは兵器ではないわ。戦争を起こすのは人よ。プロセスに間違いがあったから結果として戦争になるのでしょ。
それは否定しない。だがもしもの際の悲劇は防げる。
Wraith says this with a slightly annoyed look.
それは問題の根本的解決につながらないわ。戦争になればまた新しい兵器が作られるのは目に見えているもの。注力すべきは戦争を防ぐことだと思うけれど。
Fina says this with a gentle
具
look.
体的には
月と地球両者が交流を持ちお互いを理解することが必要よ。戦争はどちらか一方が決心すれば起こせてしまう。閉鎖された環境では意見が偏った際にそれを止めるものが少ないわ。だから移動装置を使って交流を促進して意見の硬直を避けたいの。交流が盛んになれば地球に留学できる者も増える。私のように素晴らしい留学を経験できた者が地球と戦争を起こすとは思えないわ。リースはさやかが月と戦争をすると思う？
Friendship. Let's not know what she's on about, but let's be fucking honest. They'd still probably use it at some point. Like just being, if everyone is just friends, no war will happen. Yeah, sure, that's like technically correct, but sadly it's not a reality, you know. The best way to prevent war is if both people just have weaponry that's enough to make the other side be like, you know what? Even if we go for it, and even if we destroy them, they'll still be able to fire off enough shit to chuck us back like a couple fucking millennia when it comes to progress. So maybe let's not. I'm actually surprised how the moon was ever supposed to win this, considering the Earth should have known to just target the fucking device that actually creates an atmosphere on the moon. Like, yeah, fucking war crime, but it was a war bad enough to catapult them back a couple of fucking centuries when it comes to technological progress. I think a war like that stops caring about, you know, the Geneva Conventions. Especially considering that they literally used a transportation device to shoot at towns indiscriminately. Like, they really took the suggestions meme seriously. Wreath lowers her gaze.
私やさやかのような人が増えれば、戦争が起きる可能性は減らせるわ。
Fina's speech is gentle, yet to the point. Fina speaks about the state of the country without hesitation. She's able to give thoughts to these things exactly because she's someone in a position to rouse a country. Yes, Fina's the princess of an entire kingdom. I'm intoxicated by her once again.
道具には正しい使い方がある。でも人は長い間には必ず誤った使い方をするもの。未然に防げるならそうした方がいい。
Topic returns to the transportation device.
道具に正しい使い方とそうでないものがあるのは認めるわ。でも間違った使い方をすると危険だからといって道具自体を放棄するのは得策ではないと思うの。
Fun fact: fire burns. I really want Tatsuya to just grab Wreath by the shoulders, like, Wreath, I know what I'm about to say is going to rock your world, and you may not believe me at first because it is just such a contrast to your general worldview, but fire burns. Yet that one's fine, apparently.
「まずは誤った使い方を周知して事故が起きる可能性を減らすのが先決ではないかしら。
危険な使い方を知ると人は必ずその使い方を試したくなる。
使いたくなるのは否定しないけれど、でも実際の使用を抑制するためにも危険な使い方を知らせるべきだわ。
Fina's expression stiffened slightly. Seems little by little she's getting excited.
過ちは必ず起こる。経験上、そう思わざるを得ない。私は何度も裏切られた。
Oh, Fiaka's coming out a bit. Is the color of Wreath's eyes strange? Wreath looks at Fina with red eyes. Fina also accepts Wreath's gaze straight on.
人が信じさせないのではないわ。あなたが信じることを諦めたのよ。
Fina says sounds familiar. Popsy told me this when I was having an argument with Fina.
人間、裏切られる人よりも信じるのを諦める人の方が多いってことさ。信じるのはとても根性がいるし疲れる。リスクも高い。 だからある程度大人になると中途半端にしか人を信じなくなる。
I don't know what kind of memories Wreath has been handed over, or what kind of a life she's been through. She's probably been betrayed by people many times. She's stopped believing in people as a result. I think that's such a
本当
shame.
に人を信じられないなら見捨てるのはどうかしら。
Peter says this provocatively. Wreath doesn't
そ
respond.
れができないのはあなたがまだ人を信じたいと思っているからよ。本当に人を大切に思うのなら信じる努力をしなくてはいけないわ。
どうして交流にこだわるの？人と人が交わればトラブルが起こる。
そうね。
ならお互い自分の星で生きればいい。
周囲を拒絶することで得られる平穏もあると思うわ。でも人と分かり合えた時に得られる喜びは格別よ。一度味を占めてしまうとそう簡単に抜け出せるものではないわ。
Fina looks at me and smiles. I also smile and nod.
確かにトラブルは起こるでしょうね。考え方が違う人が交わればそれは避けられないわ。でもトラブルは必ず乗り越えられる。
Here's the thing. Do you want to prevent a war like that from happening? These transportation devices will not be owned by the moon or the earth respectively. At all times, both ends of the communications device will be manned by people from the earth and people from the moon. It's good old checks and balances. I mean, yeah, there's always a chance that for some reason on one side the checks and balances are uneven because the person was supposed to be for example, on the moon, the person who's supposed to be there in the name of the earth harbors some kind of hate for the earth and therefore works together with someone from the moon that harbors hate for the earth and fires it off. Risk like that will always happen. But risk like that can also happen when the moon is the only person with is the only nation with a fucking functional like spaceship that can go between the moon and the earth, and they could just possibly use it to fucking bomb the place without the earth really being able to do anything against it.
むしろ相互理解には必要なステップだわ。
What Vida says is the same thing that you told me in my old man's room from before. The thing she speaks of is what she has gathered from experience. Carries a persuasive weight.
理想論。
でも理想がなければ人は動かせないわ。それにくじけそうになった時、人を支えるのも理想よ。
どんなことも時を経れば薄くなる。理想も悲劇の記憶も皆薄まってしまう。この町の名前をどう思う？
どういう意味かしら？
月の攻撃でできたクレーターを満月に見立て、満ヶ崎と呼んでいる。そんなこと、戦争を知らない人にしかできない。私から見れば、死の海。
Wreath says that in a sad voice. Fina casts her eyes down when an attack from the moon is mentioned. When she had struck the gem to the device, it set the central communications port city gravitational orbit transporter. Was this town called Central Communications Port City when this device was operated? The data regarded it as a full moon bay and named Mitsurugasaki. People gave it a name immediately after the war that was related to the moon. Crater was made by the attack from the moon. It's more than I did not think that it would become the name of the city. Like Wreath had said, the memories of the war had weakened with time. There's one thing I want to ask you, Wreath.
何？
Is what you wrote in the letter also part of your calculations? Wreath stares at me. If that's the case, then you don't have the qualifications to lead people. I say that distinctly. There's no way you can protect something bigger if you betray those around you. You might think that it's none of your concern, but everyone tried their best because they wanted to get along with you. How can someone who betrays the feelings of those people save a kingdom? Fina looks at me and nods. There's something that Karen had asked me before, too.
戦争を止めることより家族が大切なのですか？
I believe people who don't save their families will one day start another war. My thoughts still haven't changed. Besides, I can't prove the fundamental way you do things.
どうして？
It might be fine to pick up the seeds of error ahead of time from a short point of view. But you're only snatching away the power for people to advance by themselves. Those who can't advance by themselves can't build anything. Understand that you're worried about the future of mankind. But what your affections will bring are people who can't live without you. There will be people who can't walk down the road unless you get rid of the dangers. Those people will most definitely cause a tragedy to occur beyond your imagination.
そんなことない。
If you truly wish for peace, you have to walk together with people, counter trouble, and still believe that they won't wage war. Might be people who won't understand you and start quarrels, but if you make the effort to believe in them without giving up, then I'm sure you'll get along with them even better.
そんなことない。
He says that in a very low voice. Then Fina and I go through with that. But I'm glad that we had argued with each other now. Have you been watching us from the side? Are you arguing with us right now? I have a kind of a deeper understanding of you due to that. I'm positive that we can enjoy being together even more now than we ever have. Take a deep breath. Wreath. Will you believe in us and lend us a hand? Wreath looks at me and Fina. I could clearly see the hesitation inside of her.
お願い、リス。移動装置を安全に運用するには、あなたが必要だわ。
Fina says this kindly. Let's do our best together. Wreath lowers her eyelids. The silence flows on, but I can tell that the atmosphere surrounding Wreath is steadily softening up. Wreath opens her eyes. She looks indifferent as usual.
仕方ない。
She says that with a sullen look.
リス、ありがとう。
Suddenly, plot twist. Guess I'll have to murder you. What?
破壊を延期するだけ。不安な動きがあるようなら、すぐに破壊する。もう場所は分かっているから。
That's fine. That means you won't destroy it if we keep things steady, right?
二人も、その子孫もずっと。私の体が滅びても、記憶は残る。いつの時代にも、誰かが兵器を監視する。
Sure. Try our best so that the people of the future won't use it incorrectly.
ええ、
You're included in that too, Wreath. Pat Wreath said.
よろしく、リス。
Two of us Pat Wreath said.
うん
Good, Pat Wreath said without paying attention to her unwillingness. Wreath gives us an explanation of the device after a short while. This device uses a gravitational control technology. There are functions to send something flying and functions to catch something. Same device is also on the moon, and they are used in pairs. Once one side powers up the device, the other side has to power up the device within 15 minutes, or else it won't activate. Why is it designed to require so much work?
片方だけを動かすと大事故になる。
So there is actually a failsafe. There's actually a failsafe. It's just that they didn't think far enough ahead to, hey, maybe we should make it so it can't aim at anything else. Like, they already made it so both sides need to be activated. So if which is fucking retarded anyways. Only one side can get the first strike then, because after the first strike, they're just not gonna activate it anymore. Unless they're fucking retarded. I see. But I guess we can't activate the device until someone goes to the moon.
私が行く。
How?
今夜、カレンを月に送還する船が出る。それに乗る。
許可は出るのかしら？
いらない。姿を消していく。
I don't think Wreath is that stowaway. Fina has a displeased look on her face when I look at her. Well, that's natural.
私の前で堂々と。
Now, now, now.
分かっているわ。けじめとして言っておいただけよ。
Fina says that with her cheeks puffed out. Wait a second. Do you have the key to operate the device on the moon?
教団で保管している。
それも、この宝石のようなものなのかしら。
そう。
That doesn't make sense. Why does Fina have a gem that operates the device on Earth? Wouldn't it be normal for her to have the moon key?
もともと、鍵は2つずつあった。お互い1つは自分で持ち、もう1つを相手に友好の証として。
母様の形見は、地球人から渡されたものなのね。
Fina says it with deep feelings. Key that was exchanged is proof of friendship. It's crossed through time and is now being used again for the sake of friendship between the two palaces.
月の鍵は戦後に教団に移った。再び装置が使用されないように厳重に保管してある。
And you're going to use that. Wreath silently nods.
行く。
We'll see you off.
いい。ここから動いてはダメ。もうすぐこの装置は囲まれる。
Wreath says this while looking at the exit. By the men in the black suits. I think that we were followed.
ここに入るのを見られていたというの？
携帯電話。携帯電話は発信機と同じ。
Yeah.
なるほど。
So that means our whereabouts were leaked.
それなら、カレンが私たちの行動を知っていたのも納得がいくわ。
She didn't know how we investigated the ruins, even though she should have gone to the moon. This is an unpleasant conversation. The other is cell phones that turn off the power. Then he won't come out of here until Wreath turns on the power of the device, to the device. He'll bring food with us for the time being, so we can manage for a few days.
両方の装置が起動すれば通信ができる。詳しいことはその時に相談。
Got it.
あと、両方の装置が起動すると、入り口の扉は誰からも見えるようになる。
Even the men in the black suits? Wreath nods silently. In short, there's a possibility that the men in the black suits might come in the moment we turn the power on.
どうしましょう。
Fina looks at me with concern. They probably won't harm Fina as long as she doesn't resist, but my safety isn't guaranteed. However, can't back down here. Can't retreat now that we've come this far. Fina looks at my face once more. I show her a firm nod.
分かったわ。
月の装置の電源を入れるのは、あさっての昼12時。時間になっても何もなければ、私に何かあったと思って。
どうすればいいのかしら。
知らない。任せる。月の装置に電源が入ると、カウントダウンが始まる。15分以内に宝石を入れて。
わかりました。
Counting on your wreath. Wreath nods silently.
さよなら。
Wreath tries to head towards the exit. Grab her by the neck.
痛い。
It's not goodbye, but I'm off, right?
その通りよ。
行ってきます。
She says this with disgruntlement. Good, have a safe trip. Wreath moves away from us. Wreath's figure blurs as she disappears. She really can't erase her appearance. The door opens by itself as it closes. I'll be right back. I've returned. We see Wreath off and then sit on the floor beside each other. Glad Wreath came to see things our way.
朝霧家にいた数日間が大きかったのかもしれないわね。
You think?
みんなと触れて、少し人を信じる気になってくれたのよ、きっと。
Well, you're happy if that's the case. You didn't try to get involved with us much when she had come to our house. As time passed, she started to converse with us little by little. I think most of it is thanks to Nason. Even though Wreath showed us reluctant behavior, Nason was able to communicate with her. But Nason isn't the type of person who connects with reluctant people. She might have seen through Wreath's actions that say that she truly desires to that say what she truly desires is contact with people.
リースは受け継いでいる記憶が重すぎるのね。
Humans remember what they hate for a long time, don't they?
受け継がれた記憶が嫌なものばかりなのかもしれないということ？
Sure. She won't think of proactively socializing with people if she has such memories.
なら、楽しいことをリースと一緒にしていきましょう。楽しいものと嫌なもの。バランスがいいよ。
Fina leans against my body, gently embraces her shoulders. Also, what I thought of, like, right as I paused the thing. Can those chairs be moved? Because if those chairs can be moved, stack them before the entrance. It'll give you, like, it'll buy you at least a little bit of time before you're fucking gunned down. You're enveloped by silence when our mouths are closed. All I could hear is the faint sound of a fan.
不思議なものね。
What is?
こんな状況なのになぜか落ち着いているわ。
Yeah. Might be surrounded by the men in black who are around the spire right now. They might break into the spire a bit eventually. Wreath might not reach the moon at the appointed time. There are many bad things that I can imagine. But the worst one is how we can't do anything about it.
達也。踊りましょうか。
Fina says this quietly. Couldn't understand what she said for an instant.
私の伴侶になるのなら、ダンスくらいは踊れなくてはならないわよ。
Fina smiles broadly at me as she says that. Seems to have a joyous and sad look under these circumstances. Yes, we have to at least feel positive. We'll take a step forward now and believe that what we're doing is connected to a brighter future. I don't mean to brag, but I've never danced before.
本当に自慢にならないわね。
Fina stands up.
手をつなぎましょう。
Right. I stand up and take Fina's hand. Her skin is moist with sweat. I can feel the moisture through her gloves. Do I put my hand around your waist?
ええ、優しくよ。
Alright. Put my hand around Fina's waist, which was so slender it seemed like it would break if I put more force in it. My distance between Fina shrinks.
達也、汗の匂いがする。
Her voice sounds dreamy. Can't help it, we did run here.
責めていないわ。嫌な匂いではないから。
Fina buries her face in my chest to prove her own words. Sweet scent drifts up from her nape. Fina had been running too. Although Fina doesn't normally sweat, she does seem to be sweating now. Her electrifying aroma disorients me.
達也。
Yeah. His voice brings me back to reality.
ワルツの基本ステップから始めましょう。左足を前に一歩出して。
Like this?
そう。
Put my left leg and Fina pulls back her right leg.
あとは私について。
Fina slowly circles around.
1、2、3。1、2、3。
I remember being like taught those steps for waltz before, but I can't remember them right now. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Frankly, move my legs to not trip.
なかなか上手よ。
Probably look like I'm clinging out to Fina, going in circles from a bystander's point of view. But still, I gradually felt like dancing. Is this thanks to Fina's leading? Step on Fina's foot just now due to my negligence. Sorry!
気にしないで。初めは誰でもすることだわ。さあ、続けましょう。
Right. Pull myself together and step forward.
1、2、3。1、2、3。
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Waltz on the floor without a melody. Fina and I engrave our steps on the hard floor which gives off a metallic luster. Set to dim darkness, we spin, turn, and circulate. The light from the display leaves a trail like light and passes through my vision one after another. It's like we're fireflies fluttering around in the darkness. We're immersed inside our rotation. It's a rapturous feeling, like we're inside a dream. Fina. Fina's gentle face is in the center of my vision. When the scenery behind her turns passes before me. It felt like many hours have passed in the world around us by the time our dance was over. It felt euphoric, like waking up from a dream. However, I don't think of wanting to stay like this forever. My hand is joined with Fina's, transparent like skin. Her hair that flutters each time we turn. Losing any of that here won't do. I want to bring all of Fina into the future.
ずいぶん慣れてきたわね。
Thanks to you. But aren't there many more kinds of steps?
もちろん。
I'll study more when we're together. So that I won't humiliate you.
その時は、私がつきっきりでトレーニングしてあげるわ。
Fina leans her head against my chest with a faint smile. We continue to waltz without end. It's no longer necessary to word out the rhythm. Our own rhythm is created from within our movements. In this wide control room, we're the only ones moving. Only our revolutions prove the existence of time.
達也。
Hold the fuck on. Fina whispers close to my ear. What is it?
あなたを愛しているわ。
My chest burns painfully. Fina. It wasn't the words that were transmitted to me. Fina's heart is heating up on mine. That's what I'm convinced of. Me too. I love you too, Fina. Hold her waist firmly. Come, let's continue to circle around time till the moment that the door to the moon opens. Wake up on the hard floor. Fina's still breathing in her sleep, snuggled up to me. It's 4 a.m. when I look at my wristwatch. Went to the spa at noon, so it's August 8th now. It's more than a day until the appointed time with Wreath. I suppose I'll explore a little. Get up carefully so that I don't wake Fina up and check around my surroundings. Like the last time we had investigated inside the control room, I didn't learn anything major. I found another door on the opposite side of the entrance. My discoveries lie ahead. There's a staircase ahead of the door. There's a dim light on the whole ceiling, making the room as bright as ever. The floor below the control room is brimming with the scent of life. Both sides of the hallway, there's a conference room, a data room, a kitchen, a toilet, a napping room, etc. I have a feeling that this is a place where people worked. Each room has documents and untouched living supplies left behind, which has a desolate, chilling feel to it. To my surprise, we can live with these essential utilities, such as a water supply and electricity. I didn't think a water pipe would be connected here in this modern era. Most likely that this is designed to be used as an independent facility. I returned to the control room a short while after walking around the facility. Fina lets out a cute shriek when I opened the door. So you're awake?
Tatsuya.
Sorry for scaring you. Fina comes over to me in a trot.
一人にするのは感心しないわ。
My bad. I was just doing a little exploring.
何か見つかったの?
There are things on the floor below. I inform of the things that I saw.
またここで人が仕事をする日が来ればいいわね。
Fina says that with a faded smile. It'll definitely come. Wreath will pull through.
楽しみに待ちましょう。
We eat. We talk about our dreams. Kiss. Have sex. Wait, what? I didn't say any of that. Engrave our steps. And fall asleep. The day floats by. My vision, what I hear, what I feel, it's all filled with Fina. Though we're in such a place, this was a time of happiness for me when I could dissolve in. But a part of me feels that the way we're spending this time isn't cut out for us. Moving towards something with Fina, together with Fina, is my greatest joy after all. Her beauty stands out when she's in a struggle. She won't ever give up or hesitate in a situation where anybody else would. That's the part of her that I love. Of course, that doesn't mean that Fina isn't beautiful right now. But her beauty radiates brighter when she's doing something that suits her. Her dignified atmosphere, her elegant movements, her unfaltering words, her firm gaze. She handles all of that easily and lets forth a dazzling radiance. No one can get by without noticing her. She sets forth her high ideals, and her radiantly sparkling figure leads her people. Being brought up as a princess is fitting for such a person. That's why I'm waiting and hope that the power to the transportation device will turn on. If the transportation device works, then Sophilia's honor can be restored. Then I'll head together with Fina towards a new era between the moon and the earth. How radiant will she be during that time? My heart beats fast just by imagining it. The appointed time approaches. Our physical strength is slightly weakening due to spending 2 nights in the control room. However, our spirits more than make up for it. 2 more minutes.
もうすぐね。
Whoops. Fina looks at me. Her expression can't hide her tension and excitement. Are you excited?
もちろん。
Fina's grasping my hand firmly. I give her a tight squeeze back. Science flows on, but our hands held her enough. I'm able to feel Fina's strong resolve with just that. 30 more seconds. 10 seconds. Fina grips my hand tighter.
月面第一機動重力トランスポーターが待機状態に入りました。
It's almost the same time at the sound of the voice. At almost the same time as the sound of the voice, the main display shows 015-0.
来たわ。
All right. Our feelings have surely reached Wreath.
リースが見事に成し遂げてくれたのね。
It's basically how easily she's stowed away.
それは言わないで。
Fina smiles. Well, let's finish this up.
これを。
She hoists the gem high.
達也、お願いがあるのだけれど。
What?
一緒に宝石をかざしてくれるかしら。私だけではここまで来ることはできなかった。あなたがいてくれたから。私は今ここに立っているの。だから一緒に。
I think that way as well. I was able to do my best until now. because Fina was there. It'd be my pleasure. She stares at me.
ありがとう。
We hold the gem together. And bring it close to the plate. The rod patterned. Let's always continue to move forward, no matter what happens.
もちろんよ。
中央連絡講師機動重力トランスポーター起動しました。現在より各施設のオートメンテナンスに入ります。各施設損傷状況を確認中。中央射出塔 0%、 第一補助重力制御塔 99%、 第二補助重力制御塔 100%、 第三補助重力制御塔 100%、 第一補助動力塔 100%、 第二補助動力塔 86%、 第三補助動力塔 92% 損壊。
The main display powers up toward a promising future between the Earth and the Moon. Those characters show up for a few seconds, followed by a model figure of the Moon and Earth.
動いたわ。
Yeah, it is. Stare at the display absent-mindedly for the time being. The screen shows numerous parameters with the values changing every moment. The voice reports the state of damages one after another, reciting the names of facilities that I'm not familiar with. Most of it is close to being completely destroyed. Beep. Wreath's face shows up on a sub-display. Oh.
リースだわ。
動いた。
Wreath, are you on the moon?
そう。
Glad that you're safe?
こちらも元気よ。
よかった。
Wreath smiles slightly. Seems that she was worried about us. Can this device still be used?
直径5メートル程度のものなら平気。
Can you move it by yourself?
できる。ほとんどの機能は自動化されているから。
I see, so it can work. In short, we can head to the moon at this moment. Kind said that she prioritized the problems with our ruin investigations before our marriage proposal. This means that our relationship hasn't been approved of on the moon yet. Fina is able to head to the moon from the embassy's airport. However, I don't think they'll allow a simple civilian like me to use the airport. Besides, Karen is no longer here to accommodate us, nor to be where Fina is when she debates with the king. There's no other way for me to go to the moon except through this device.
達也、まさか。
Fina stares at me. I vow to always stay by Fina's side and support her. What's there to hesitate over? Fina, I'll go to the moon. Destructive sound rings through the control room. Did they find us? These guys broke through the door of the chapel with guns. This place I might not hold out much longer. Please understand.
でも、装置が正しく動くとは限らないわ。もしも達也の身に何かあったら。
Fina? Stare at Fina was distorting her brows. In order to be together with you, so I can be by your side to support you, there's no other way than to use this device to go to the moon. Fina casts her eyes down. Keep it together, Fina. Shake Fina's shoulders. Aren't we going to continue to fight until the end? Weren't we going to continue? Fina?
分かっているわ。
Fina interrupts me. Firm gaze shoots through me.
達也、月に来てほしいの。そして、私をそばで支えて。
Right. Should I do Wreath?
外に出る。
外に出ろというの？
そう。
Alright, what do I do then?
入り口の反対側に階段がある。それが射出区域につながっている。射出区域にカプセルがあるから、それに入って。
Is that all?
あとは遠隔操作で私がやる。
遠隔操作ができるのね。
再起動をかけたからできるはず。
We'll talk later. I'll wait for you ahead on the moon. Fina, you'll come by later. You'll come later, but Fina runs over and grabs my arm.
私も行くわ。
What are you saying? You could go by the embassy's a communication port. Or Fina doesn't move.
達也、あなたが私と離れることを選べなかったように、私もあなたと離れることは選べないわ。
Fina doesn't move her eyes off of me for an instant. Alright! I fairly grasp Fina's head.
行きましょう。
Start running at the same time as Fina says that. Let's circle around clockwise to the back once we head out. Make sure not to stop. The door is shaking from their bombardment. It's only a matter of time before they break in. He nodded at Fina. Fina also nods back. The door opens. Kiki of the men in the black suits who had lost sight of the target they were looking for wavers for an instant. The heels on Fina's dreads. She was wearing led us to misfortune. Couldn't run as quickly as we had thought. Distant voices of the men in the black suits close in on us in a flash. Damn it! We finished here. Hear the muffled voice of a man behind me. What? What happened?
Karen! ここはお任せください。
Oh hell yeah! Kinda about to fucking go on a killing spree apparently. Why are you here?
誰にも気づかれず船に乗る者がいるなら、その逆もいるということです。さあ。
I think she just murdered a man. The man in the black suit that Cotton rushed at smacks the wall and collapses. Couldn't see her swordsmanship at all.
Tatsuya!
Yeah! Cotton's yell mixes in with the howling of men. You run up the staircase in the back of the building. Spacious floor enters our view when we go up to the stairs. I fly towards the nearby capsule without thinking. Are you scared, Fina?
大丈夫。私にはあなたがいるわ。
Honest to God, it would be funny if itself, if they arrive safely and Wreath just walks up to the capsule, slowly opens the door, and expecting to see their faces, instead she just sees their feet because they're like upside down. Estelle Frisia, another view.
あ、なんか飛んでいったよ。
Light that showed up in the vicinity of the monument picks up speed with each passing moment and gets sucked up into the clouds after a few blinks.
今の光は何でしょう。あれが移動装置なのかしら。
Three of them let out their flabbergasted voices.
おそらくはそうだと思います。
How is it designed to fly? How do people board it? Can it safely reach the moon? There are so many things that I don't know of. Nonetheless, I was able to fulfill my role for the time being. It's mysterious now that I think about it. I didn't think that I would get involved in such an ordeal. Yes, it happened on the night of the day before yesterday. I was sitting on my desk sipping black tea. The invigorating bitterness erases my fatigue for the day. It's been a hard day. Fina suddenly came here, and the way passageway showed up behind the altar. I had to deal with the men in black suits after Fina left. I'm really glad that they didn't act violently in the chapel.
Hi.
Someone suddenly knocks on the door to my room in a hurry. What the heck could that be? I don't know anyone who knocks in this manner. Tension runs through me. It's way too unreliable as a weapon, but I'll take the heavy book I was reading in my right hand and head towards the door. The knock continues further.
誰？カレンです。
Couldn't take in the situation. There's no mistake that the voice I heard behind the door is Karen. I opened the door.
カレン様。
Because I thought Karen was the one standing on the other side of the door. She was breathing a little wildly for once. I wonder what happened.
さ、どうぞ。
Karen enters the room and closes the rigid door.
このような時間にすみません。
I could sense the nervousness and tension on her face. But importantly, the katana she was holding in her left hand tells of the abnormal
お
situation.
気になさらないでください。
I was saying that I offer her a seat, but Karen holds back with her right hand.
それで、どういったご用でしょう。
あなたに頼みがあります。
She had an atmosphere that says that she can't tell me anything unnecessary. There's nothing that makes me feel more proud than getting asked a favor by Karen. It's all the more if it's something under urgent circumstances.
私にできることならば、何なりと。
I accept it immediately. Karen nods
あなた
firmly.
には
Karen shoots a sharp gaze through me.
ミアと朝霧家を守ってもらいたいのです。
The clang of her katana against her sheath echoes through the room. 10 p.m. I rely on the map that Conan handed me and set off for the Asagiri household. Get there as soon as you can. That's what Conan told me. Moving as fast as my legs can carry me. But I'm surprised at how long it's been since I've exercised.
どうして私が
Why do I have to look after an Earthling? Although it is a request from Conan, I'm not fully satisfied. These are all problems made by Fina. It's hard for me to openly hate Earthlings when the princess herself shows goodwill towards them. I was taken aback at how she chose an Earthling as her partner in the end. Does Fina know about how difficult it is to hold on to the Earth faction on the moon? I hate exercising as much as I hate these disrespectful thoughts passing through my mind one after another. Something to brag about, but I'm not a bad athlete. I simply just hate running. My knees rattle and creak. I'll be useless if I don't get there in time when I'm needed. I carefully examined the map, which was damp with sweat that trickled down my chin. Figured out my current position. It's to the left of that corner by the restaurant.
お引き取りください
That slightly stiff voice doesn't suit the quiet residential area. My sweat recedes within a matter of seconds. There's a single neatly designed house. Two men wearing black suits are trying to enter through the front door. The one dealing with them is one girl wearing an apron dress. That's probably Mia, the one Conan spoke of. Another thing that you can possibly hold back those two sturdy men.
姫様のお住まいに面会の予約もなく入り込むとは無作法にも程があります。
フィーナ様へのお目通りを希望しているわけではない。そもそもフィーナ様はこちらにいらっしゃらないのだろう。
今はお休みになっていらっしゃいます。
あいにくフィーナ様の居場所は分かっていてね。
でしたら何用です？
One of the men wedges his foot in the crack of the door and opens it at once. The maid stumbles and steps outside.
姫様が強情で困ってるんだ。ちょっと話をしてやってくれないか。
The man with the strong physique grabs Mia's arm while closing the front door.
気丈なメイドだな。さすが。フィーナ様のおそばに仕えるだけのことはある。
静かにしてもらわないと、中の人間にも同じようなことをしなきゃいけなくなる。
The man points further to the house with his chin.
今日です。
これも仕事だ。お前が日頃掃除や洗濯をするのと変わらない。
さあ、付き合ってもらうぞ。
待ちなさい。
Lad had a more irritated voice than I had intended. It's because it's been a while since I've exercised. And how I'm looking after an earthling. And most of all, I can't forgive the composition of two big men closing in on a girl.
ああ。お騒がせしてすみません。何でもありませんので。
Do they think I'm a pedestrian? The men in the black suits turn their heads and fake a smile. I ignore the men and approach the front
何で
door.
もないと言っているだろう。
Fast-working men turn around toward me. I move up even further while digging into my pockets.
司祭様。
司祭様。
The men stare at me. I expose my visible priest's clothes in the base of the light.
これは。
Men nod to me.
どういうことですか？
先ほども申し上げましたが、大したことではありません。どうかお引き取りください。
The two men stand in front of me and block my way to hide Mia. They're intimidating, as I would expect. My knees are trembling not only because I ran here, I'm sure.
司祭様。男性二人で女性を囲むなど見逃せることではありません。
The men scowl at me.
こちらの女性とこの家の住人を静寂の月光の名において保護します。依存がある場合は外務局を通して本部に抗議してください。
They shouldn't be able to protest to the Foreign Affairs Department as long as their actions aren't justified.
この場はお引き取りください。
I say that with as much pressure as I can. However,
このことをご存知なのは司祭様だけですか？
the well-built man takes a step forward. If I answer yes, they'll most likely. Slightly damp wind blows through, shaking the garden trees around us. My hair flutters in the wind. Fluttering in the wind seems to be scowling at the men too. The men look down at me without moving a muscle. I can feel the surrounding atmosphere closing in on us, gradually getting heavier.
私だけです。
The sturdy man steps forward at almost the same time as I say that. Move the hand in my pocket and fly sideways at full speed. The man's fists fly through the air like a
こ
squall.
れは
look of surprise floats on their faces. It appears the device in my pocket works how I hoped it would.
消えてしまわれました。
ロストテクノロジーか。
The men say that in disgust. It's as they say. Something that caught in hand in me. The men look around their surroundings. They've actually met my eyes many times now, but they don't notice where I am. Turning invisible is a strange feeling. Now and then I'll make them give up.
あなたたち。
The men respond to my voice with a twitch. They probably don't know which direction to be cautious of. To keep alert in all directions with sweat running down their
今
brows.
すぐここを立ち去れば、今夜のことは忘れましょう。さもなくば、一部始終を本部に連絡させていただきます。
The men exchange
教
looks.
団とことを構えるのは、王家の本意ではないはずです。
I say this emphatically.
わかった。
Empathetically. There we go. The two men leave the premises while giving an intimidating look in every direction. Seems that they didn't know where I was in the end. Sans returns to the garden of the Asagiri household. Mia is standing there by the front door by
ミヤ
herself.
さん、
Mia stiffens up her back against me.
私はここでしばらく見張りをしていますから、家にお入りください。でも、まだ彼らは近くにいると思います。何かがあってからでは遅いですから。はい、ありがとうございました。
Mia heads into the house after saying that. An hour later, I'm drinking tea in the living room of the Yasagiri household. Compared to the simple arrangements of the chapel that I'm used to, this room seems to be quite extravagant. It's thoroughly clean, and even the corners of the room are filled with a warm atmosphere. Is this what a life filled with smiles normally takes place? Is this where a life filled with smiles normally takes place?
どうぞ、おかけになってください。失礼します。
I sit down on the sofa she offered me. There's a slightly older-looking woman and a girl about the same age as me on the other
お
side.
茶をお持ちしました。
And Mia was also there. After everyone introduces themselves, the head of the household, Hosumi, cuts to the chase.
ミヤちゃんを助けていただいたそうで、本当にありがとうございました。いえ、私はカレン様の指示に従っただけですので。それでも、司祭様に来ていただけなかったら、私は捕まって姫様のお邪魔をしてしまっていたかもしれません。
She's worried about getting in the way of Fina than her. She's worried more about getting in the way of Fina than herself. I'm sure she does her current job with a strong resolve.
ところで、司祭様は二人の居場所をご存知なのですか？はい。今頃は物見の丘公園のモニュメントの中にいらっしゃるかと思います。あのモニュメントの？人なんか入れたっけ？実際に見たわけではありませんが、フィーナ様はそのようにおっしゃっていました。フィーナ様にお会いになったのですか？
Mina asks me, somewhat excited.
今日のお昼頃に礼拝堂へいらっしゃいました。
Give them a brief explanation of the events during the afternoon. About how those two came to the chapel, how they took a shortcut and headed towards Monomi Hill Park.
お二人が遺跡調査を続けられるようですと、ミヤさんが交渉材料にされる可能性があるとカレン様がおっしゃいまして。カレン様が。
でも、エステルさんって格闘技か何かやっているんですか？
いえ、特には。
じゃあ、どうやってミヤちゃんを？
I think of it, I didn't explain what happened.
私は聖職者ですから、付き人なら危害を加えるのに抵抗があるはずです。
はあ、なるほど。じゃあ、エステルさんがいてくれれば安全ですね。
おそらくは。でも、エステルさんにもご予定が。安全の確信が持てるまでは、こちらで警戒させていただければと思います。誰かが訪ねてきた場合には、一人で応対せず、必ず私を連れて行くようにしてください。
They them exchanged looks, but they then soon come to a conclusion.
わかりました。よろしくお願いします。こちらこそ。では、私はお布団の準備をしますので。
あ、私も一緒に行くよ。
ありがとうございます。
Two of them patter out of the living room.
カレンは、今どうしているのですか？
Hosumi speaks up like she had been waiting for when we were alone.
おそらくは、公園にいらっしゃるかと思います。カレンは、月に戻ると聞いていましたけど。私もその点は伺ってみたのですが、詳しいことは教えていただけませんでした。ただ、
かなりの危険を背負われているようです。そう。
Doesn't mean looks pensive.
ともかく、状況が落ち着くまでは警戒を続けましょう。わかりました。
So I started to stay overnight at the Asagiri household. Couldn't predict at all about how many days I'd be staying over, but it came to an end 2 days later.
何あれ
Mai was playing with the dogs, and he cries out and opens the living room sash door.
どうしたの？
公園の塔が光ってるんだけど。
何かあったのですね。
Everyone flies to the garden without putting on their shoes. Look at the direction that Mai was pointing at. The monument, which you can see from the gaps of the roof, lights up
あ
faintly.
そこにお兄ちゃんたちがいるんだよね。
はい。
姫様。
You gradually become speechless and simply stare at the mysterious light in a daze. A few minutes later, a long beam of light from the tip of the spire gets sucked up into the sky. You stare at the spot that the light disappeared to. I had a feeling that Fina is inside that light for some reason. Fina chose to be with an Earthling, being aware that she will face criticism from the lunar citizens. I'm sure she'll stick with her own decision until the end. The strong beam of light heading to the sky seems to be displaying the true strength of Fina's emotions. Marriage between a Lunarian and an Earthling just might be accepted, knowing Fina. Of course, I am quite opposed to a marriage with an Earthling, but I want to watch the blessed figures of those two in the corner of my mind. Even if it takes many months and years. Another view end. Oh, at the moon, like three sets of footsteps overlap in the dark underground passage filled with oxygen masks. I don't remember how long we've walked anymore. We had arrived at the facility that was on the bare surface of the moon. We'll be arriving in the residence area shortly, according to what Reith said. My vision widens once we move up a steep slope.
月へようこそ、達也。
Looks very, monochrome.
ようこそ。
Oh, flowing lights, a slight wind, jet black cosmos which covers the sky. Joyous voices of the people walking through town. Except for the color of the sky, everybody's outfits. His airspace is no different from Earth. You can read the characters on the signboards too. I could start living here right now. Can I give you my honest impressions?
どうぞ。
It's not really that much different from Earth. Fina laughs with
だ
amusement.
から、私が地球に留学しても生活していけるのよ。差が大きければ、カルチャーショックで寝込んでしまうわ。
月は地球を真似て作られている。初期入植者の目標は、第二の地球を作ることだったから。
I see. Earthlings are the ones who built things on the moon. Even if civilization regressed due to the war and the form of progression changed, they have a lot in common since they were originally together.
大きな違いといえば、昼と夜のサイクルかしら。月では、昼と夜が半月ずつ繰り返すわ。15日間はずっと昼。残りはずっと夜という風にね。
It would be like that, considering the position of the sun in relation to the moon.
いわばここは人工の地球だわ。地球に当然あるものがここには何もなかった。だから作り出したのね。
They're still unable to go to and from Earth freely. Nevertheless, their hearts are left on Earth. Surrounding scenery suddenly changed to be tinged with sadness.
私、帰る。
お城には来てくれないのかしら。
私では国王を説得できない。あとは二人の仕事。
We'll meet again, won't we? Reith nods silently.
約束した。
Yeah. Pat Reith said, "Thank you for all that you've done. We definitely wouldn't have made it this far if it weren't for you, Reith."
ありがとう。これからもよろしく。
Fina also pats Reith said. Reith smiles broadly with a slightly joyous look. Reith stares at us.
頑張って。
Wreath says that, showing us her best smile.
ありがと
We'll show that we can definitely persuade the king.
う。うん。
Wreath nods while in a slightly gentle mood. Then she suddenly raises her presence just like she had on Earth. Wreath is warming up to us little by little.
ええ。この調子なら、もうすぐ仲良くなれそうね。
Fina smiles like Nesan would.
さて、私たちはなすべきことをしましょう。
Fina says this with a bright voice. We didn't come here to play. Fina looks at a big building towering in the distance. Her eyes are full of spirit. We arrive at the entrance of the big building a short while later. The architecture style of the gigantic structure is similar to the embassy. The scale of the castle gates is about 2 sizes bigger than the embassy gates. More whelmed by its majestic appearance. Fina stops and looks at me.
達也、行くわよ。
Fina stiffens her well-featured brows. Yeah, I'm ready anytime. Fina smiles faintly and starts walking towards the castle. The palace guard who catches sight of us blocks our path with a bayonet.
許可なき者はここより立ち入ることが禁じられている。
He warns us with a firm tone.
私の顔を見忘れたかしら。
フィーナ様、失礼いたしました。
The gatekeeper opens the path and stands at attention.
ご苦労様。さあ、達也。
Fina moves on without hesitation. We enter a room with a roof. A room with a roof. Yeah, I was reading correctly. I'm dumb.
お帰りなさいませ。お帰りなさいませ。お帰りなさいませ。お帰りなさいませ。
The maids bow one after another as we pass them. Fina only smiles briefly and doesn't stop moving. There's no mistaking the figure of the princess. Elderly men are next after the maids. They're most likely what you would call aristocrats. After an equally surprised look, they also bow down. They then stare exclusively at me with suspicion. My body heats up when I think of how these guys are the ones who put Ophelia out of power. Solemn atmosphere starts to fill around us. I have a hunch that we're getting close to where the king is.
これはフィーナ様、突然のお帰り、何事ですか？
A man in his prime that is wearing an extravagant outfit calls out to Fina in a familiar manner.
所用があり、急ぎ戻りました。父様はどちらにいらっしゃいますか？
謁見の間にて会議をされていらっしゃいます。
主なものは集まっているのね。
御意。
Fina turns to me and nods.
こちらは。
私のパートナーよ。
は？
The noble stiffens up.
行きましょう。
Yeah. Like, where's my father? Oh, he's at a meeting between audiences. Perfect. We leave the noble, who was staring at me with an absent-minded look, and move on. A remarkably huge door stands before my eyes. The door has engravings that give off a tense atmosphere. Fina stops moving and looks at me. She had a beautiful expression, one that was filled with ambition.
達也、お願いがあるの。
What's up?
何があっても、私から離れないで。
Fina takes my hand, of course. Show her the best smile I could muster. Fina responds with a broad smile.
行くわよ。
We're going in. Hello! Everyone in the room focuses their gaze on Fina. They all bow down deeply after a slight pause, except for one. Only the man seated furthest in front doesn't bow to Fina. I'm sure that he's the king. There's a jeweled crown placed on his head, and he was wearing a loose outfit. Thoughtfulness peeks out from the deeply wrinkled figure nearing an old age. He stares at Fina with a sharp gaze without budging an inch.
フィーナハム・アーシュライト。ただいま戻りました。
会議中だ。
His voice, which was gentle but held a strong sense of presence, echoes clearly through the spacious room. Fina holds her head high while she wasn't going to lose to the pressure of his voice.
ぜひ、この場でお聞きいただきたく。
その青年は
私のパートナー、朝霧達也です。
Commotion spreads like a ripple. The king stares at me within that. His gaze pierces through me despite the noise. Take a deep breath. I'm Fina's partner, Asagiri Tatsuya. Talking is hard. But I thought, this doesn't seem to make sense for the nobles. They turn their suspicious gazes towards me. I also hold my head high like Fina did. Silence suddenly befalls us. So about that.
母様が政治力を失われた原因についてです。
The king's expression stiffens once more. This gives rise to a noisy commotion. My God, shut up, please! Fina accepts the king's words and walks forth to the middle of the spacious room, also following along beside her.
母様が政治力を失われた原因は地球での遺跡調査にあったと聞いています。
Fina cuts right to the point.
正確には遺跡調査の目的が月の平和を乱すものであったからだ。
兵器を探していたということですね。
King nods silently.
私は達也と地球の遺跡調査を行いました。母様が探していたのは兵器ではないと考えたからです。
結果はどうであった？
兵器ではありませんでした。
King's eyebrows moves with a twitch. Noisy commotion arises again.
静まれ。そのほら、いちいち騒ぎ立てるな。
Yeah, thanks.
まずはフィーナの話を聞く。
The crowd of retainers straighten their posture at the king's words.
兵器ではなく、何だというのだ。
戦争以前に使われていた移動装置です。
人を移動させるものか？
人と大量の物資です。私と達也もその装置で月に来ました。
King's eyes widen.
後でお調べになれば明らかになるかと思いますが、今日月に入った船はありません。父様の指示で動いていた者たちも私が移動装置を用いたことを証明してくれると思います。
This is an undeniable fact. At the same time, the transportation device at the ruin is a weapon. It would be unfavorable for us if this was mentioned.
では、セフィリアが兵器を探そうとしていたのは事実無根だというのだな。
The king's expression loosens slightly. That's natural. It's because he's choking back his tears due to us trying to prove the innocence of his wife who was overthrown.
一面においてはそうです。
何？
Fina?
達也、私は隠し事をしようとは思っていないわ。
Yeah, I know, but still.
本気で立ち向かうとは、そういうことでしょう。
Yeah, that's as you say. Fina's eyes are burning with passion.
正直に申し上げます。移動装置は、かつての戦争で、月に甚大な被害を及ぼした兵器です。
Noisy commotion arises again. As you would expect, the impact is huge.
静まれ。
But still, it doesn't turn completely silent.
詳しく説明せよ。
移動装置は重力制御技術を使用して物体を打ち出すものです。月と地球には対になる装置があり、片方が射出したものをもう片方が安全に受け止めます。戦争では対になる遺跡ではなく、街を目標に物体が打ち出されました。その結果、文明が後退するほどの被害が双方に出たのは周知の事実。
Fina pauses. It all has developed in silence before we had noticed.
移動装置が兵器として使用できるのは間違いありません。だからといって、母様が兵器を探していたとするのは乱暴です。別の意図があったとしか思えません。
Fina eyes the crowd of retainers. It wasn't anybody who looked Fina straight in the eye.
母様は兵器を探すためでなく、移動装置を探すために遺跡調査をしていたのです。それは、地球との友好的交流を望んでいた母様のお人柄からも明らかです。以上を踏まえて、私は母様の名誉が回復されることを希望します。
The king nods.
誰か反論がある者はいるか？国家の大事ゆえ遠慮せず申すがよい。
Nobody steps forward.
結論が出たな。セフィリアが探していたのは移動装置。決して兵器などではない。よって セフィリアの名誉を回復することとする。
King declares this with a deep voice.
達也、ありがと
Fina smiles at me.
う。本当に、ありがとう。
Faint tears swells in Fina's eye.
セフィリアにはすまないことをした。
King shouldn't have thought that Sephilia was looking for weapons either. However, he couldn't deny his suspicions when nobody knew what went on with the ruins. Suspicions eventually became widespread amongst the nobles to the point where it couldn't be recovered.
さて、話は以上か。
いえ、もう一点あります。今回、私が使用した移動装置の存在を、地球連邦政府に通達し、一般人にも開放された王立の連絡庫を開くことを提案します。
The Hoyle is thunderstruck. Even the king has his eyes wide open. After a slight delay, the hall erupts. There are ones who argued with the next ones next to them, and ones who yelled against Fina. Each person spread noise all over. Only the king and the two nobles closest to the king watched the situation carefully. Only by their distance to the king and their elegant appearance, they're probably people high on the social status, like ministers. The king stands up, unable to bear it.
静かにせぬか。
Okay, now he actually sounds annoying. Like, come on, shut the fuck up, please!
地球との関係は月の政治を司る以上、避けては通れぬ問題だ。常に各々が考え、答えを持っているべきであろう。それを子供のように浮き足立つとは何事か。
The roar of the king stops the voices dead. Seems like a parent getting angry at his children.
フィーナ様に申し上げたいことがございます。
The right minister on the other side speaks up.
何なりと。
地球とはかつて戦争をした関係。戦争では文明が巻き戻るほどの被害が生まれ、月、地球ともに相手を憎む者も多いかと存じます。大規模に交流を開始すれば、こちらに恨みを持つ地球人が月に入り、混乱が起こること必至。再び戦争を引き起こすことになりかねません。交流は現在の小規模なものにとどめるのが妥当かと存じます。
He says this in a calm manner. The majority of the nobles nod with approval to his opinion.
フィーナ。
King looks at Fina.
今回の留学を経て、地球に興味を示すのもよくわかる。だが、いずれは国を率いていく者として、目先の利益に縛られてはならぬ。平和を壊すのは簡単だが、作り上げるのは難しい。もっと大きな視野で考えよう。
King tells her this in an admonishing manner.
私は目先の利益にとらわれているのではありません。月の将来と平和を見据えた上で言っているのです。
私には理解いたしかねます。
あなたは地球と交流を深めることが戦争を生むと言いましたね。それはこの場にいる者の多くがそのように考えていると理解してよいでしょうか。
Each of the nobles sitting in a row nod, including the king.
私は全く逆のことを考えています。地球との積極的な交流こそが戦争を防ぐのです。
なぜそう思うのか。
戦争は月と地球どちらか一方の意志で始めることができます。月にその気がなくとも地球から戦争を始めることもあれば、交流が深まり月にも地球にも様々な意見を持った人が増えれば、極端な意見に国内が偏る可能性が減ります。それは戦争を防ぐことにつながるはずです。
This is what Fina said when she persuaded Reef.
しかし、様々な意見が入り乱れれば争いが増えましょう。
A noble standing on the opposite side of the minister speaks up.
ですが、いくつもの小さな争いを得ることで地球に対する理解が深まります。そうすれば相手の不満の際に早く気づくことができ、大きな争いを未然に防ぐことができます。
Our understanding of the other party will deepen after undergoing many arguments. This is something that Fina and I have come to understand through our relationship. Belief that this is the same for both people and countries. from the nobles' opinions, they are saying that they won't interact with the other party because they don't want to quarrel with them. It might work if it's with someone you won't meet more than once. But unfortunately, the moon is Earth's satellite. Can't separate from the Earth. They will inevitably get into an argument down the road. I give my opinion as well. Nobles folks their doubtful eyes on me. It can't be helped since I suddenly showed up and was introduced as Fina's partner.
Cool.
Thank you very much. My friends who live on Earth don't know much about the moon. People who aren't in touch with the moon have a sense of fear towards the moon and Lunarians. It all becomes a little noisy. It's natural since I suddenly spoke of the moon in a negative way. For example, the students from the school that Fina... I called her name like I normally do by mistake.
いいのよ。私が許可します。続けて、達也。
Yeah. For example, the students from the school that Fina came to study abroad in. They didn't even know that the moon's gravity has been adjusted to be the same as the Earth. There are also people who think that water can be exchanged with silver since they're both equally precious here. Nobles have wry smiles that say such a thing is absurd. This is how matters stand. It is natural to feel fear towards things that you don't know of. The pointless sense of fear will be cast away once interaction blossoms, and their knowledge and interest in the moon deepens. Wouldn't that ward off arguments? The nobles listen carefully to my opinion. Some of it due to Fina's support.
しかし、国力の面で月は地球に劣ります。地球は生命力にあふれた星です。交流を持ったとしても、いつ何時地球が傍若無人な振る舞いに出るかわかりません。
あなたの言うこともわかります。でも、私たちは地球のそばから離れることができないわ。人に置き換えて考えてみてはどうかしら。とても強い者がそばにいるとします。その人と争いになるのを避けるには、相手を倒すか、従属するか、友人になるしかないと思うわ。月が地球を倒せる日が来ると思う？
それは。
従属する気があるのかしら。
ございません。
では、友人になるしか争いを避ける方法はないわ。
The two ministers become silent in front of Fina's clear logic.
なるほど。
The king nods with dignity.
よくぞここまで立派な意見を持つようになってくれたものだ。
ありがとうございます。
Fina smiles at the king. The king is showing an understanding for our opinions. We might be able to do this.
だがな、フィーナ。私の言葉も聞かず、わがままを尽くしたお前の意見に説得力があると思うか？
父様。
口ではいくらでも優れた意見を言うことができよう。だが、そこに態度が伴わねば、誰もお前についてくることはない。規則を守らぬ者が、規則についていくら立派な意見を述べても理解はされまい。ましてや、今話していることは国家の大事。多くの民の命運がかかっているのだ。
Certainly it's based on our selfishness. Accusing us of this, on this point will worsen our position.
セフィリアの件については感謝している。だが、お前の行動がどれだけ危険なものかは分かっていたはずだ。にもかかわらず、自身の判断のみを頼りに事を進める強引さ。王に必要なことの第一は、臣下の声に耳を傾けることだ。それができぬお前に、誰がついてくる？
誰に理解されずとも、貫き通さねばならないものがあります。私がもし、遺跡調査を諦めていれば、母様の名誉は、今も汚されたままでした。それに私は、自分の判断のみに頼っていたわけではありません。
Fina takes the gem out of her bag. Takes out the gem from her bag that was placed on the floor.
それはセフィリアの形見？
はい。母様が亡くなられる前にいただいたものです。この宝石が どんなものかご存知ですか？
ただの宝石ではないのか。
King doesn't know the significance of the gem. It's clear now that Zephylia entrusted her dying wish only to Fina.
私はこの宝石に導かれて遺跡調査を行ったのです。
どういうことだ？
King has a puzzle.
この宝石は遺跡に近づくと光を放ちます。
何？
King shows a surprised look. He had kept the reason for Zephilia's loss of power secret so that it wouldn't arouse Fina's interest in the ruins. However, Zephylia had entrusted Fina the key to the ruins. In addition, she didn't mention one word of it to the king.
母様から政治力を奪ったのは遺跡調査です。母様は遺跡について何もおっしゃられなかった。にもかかわらず、遺跡に関わるものを形見とされたのです。今思えばこれは、己の意志と力で遺跡の謎を解明せよとの母様のご遺言であったのだと思います。
All their attention gathers intently on Fina. There were quite a large number of gazes filled with negative emotions, but Fina holds her head high without flinching. Her figure seemed very beautiful.
母様の遺跡調査は周囲に理解されませんでした。それでも母様はご自身の意志を貫き通し、私に宝石を託されました。そして私は母様の無実を信じて遺跡調査を続けました。そこで初めて母様の名誉が回復されたのです。周囲の意見に耳を傾けることはもちろん大切です。ですが、自分の中にある譲れないものまで周囲に任せてしまっては、真実を見失うこともあります。
Fina's clear voice echoes through the hall. Can't take my eyes off of her every move, body being enveloped in a dignified atmosphere. There's the Fina that I wanted to see.
父様は、母様が公式に罪を問われる前に、母様を政治の舞台から引かせ、私に国の未来を残してくださいました。父様が私に、母様が謹慎させられた理由をお教えくださらなかったのも、私が遺跡に興味を持たないよう、ご配慮くださったものと思っております。父様が私に降りかかる危険を未然に防ぎ続けてくだされば、私は自分の考えを持たずとも、身を誤ることはないでしょう。
Fina paused there for a moment.
それでは私は自らの力でその力がなくなります。そうなれば私は、父様が託してくださったこの国を台無しにしてしまうでしょう。どうか父様、私から考える機会を奪わないでください。
Dark green pupils stare at the king. The intensity of her gaze might surpass the one I saw of the king when I had entered the hall. The king grinds his teeth.
一同の者、聞いてほしい。
Fina looks at the nobles around her. There wasn't a single person who wasn't looking at her majestic figure. Everyone in this place is waiting to hear what Fina has to say.
私は地球と積極的な交流を図りたいのです。それは相互理解こそが戦争をなくすものと信じているからです。確かに相手を拒むことで得られる平和もあります。けれど閉じた平穏は長くは続きません。そなたたちも分かっているはずです。閉じた平穏を選択してきたのは地球への無知、そして無知ゆえの恐怖からだと。
Fina looks at the faces of the nobles in order. Nobody raises an objection. Everyone is silently listening to what Fina is
父
saying.
様と母様は私に素晴らしいものを託してくれました。父様からはこの国の未来、そして母様からは移動装置。お二人の思いを無駄にしたくはありません。母様の残された移動装置で地球と積極的交流を促しましょう。そして
月よ。月を輝かしい未来へと導くのです。
Fina states that fully and clearly. Her voice echoes even to the corners of the hall. Her voice gives courage to those who listen. Her voice makes you think that you can make it happen. For echo fades.
私は姫のご意見に賛同します。
A retainer raises his voice. That circulates to the others in no time at all. The shaking hall brings forth enthusiasm. The nobles who had been objecting until now lower their gaze. They have no choice but to resign under these circumstances after all. There are those who raise their fists high to express their willingness, those who clap their hands with a broad smile. And there are those who are clapping the ones beside them on the shoulders, expressing their eagerness towards the future in their own manner. Even though Fina is in the middle of these people, it certainly doesn't bury her sense of presence. Only her surroundings are shining radiantly. Her presence is overwhelming to the point where it makes me think I'm experiencing an illusion. Dark green eyes burn with passion. Glossy silver hair flutters beautifully like it had its own will. She is sharing all of her passion and hope. It's exactly as Fina's leading the moon from the front right now. The retainers are agreeing with her ideals and are convinced of a brilliant future. Fina from Earthlight. It's the moment that this girl has changed from a princess into a queen. Be able to witness this moment before my eyes. No greater happiness than this as her partner. Fina slowly approached the king.
父様、これを。
Fina hands Ophelia's memento of all things to the king.
どうしろというのだ。
軍神の指揮を取るのは国王である父様であるべきです。すべてが私のわがままであることは事実なのですから。
Fina says this with a radiant expression. The king stares at Fina. The expression softens before long.
まったく一人で話を進めてしまうあたりはセフィリア譲りだ。
King slowly raises from the throne. I was reading it correctly first.
今後我らは地球との積極的交流を推進していく。依存はないな。
Retainers shout out once again.
我々の前には多くの困難が待ち受けているだろう。だがここにいるフィーナのように強い意志を持って前進を続ければ、スフィア王国の未来は必ずや光に満ちたものとなろう。各自早急に職務へと戻り、交流に向けての具体案を作成せよ。
Retainers accept the king's words and withdraw from the hall. Many of them have looks that shine with hope for the future.
フィーナ、要は謝らなくてはいかんな。
King speaks after all his retainers leave.
小さな物事に目を奪われていたのは他ならぬ世だったのかもしれん。
いいえ、私は父様に感謝しております。母様に疑いがかかった時、父様が違う判断をされていたのなら、私は姫ですらなかったかもしれません。
King casts his eyes down.
そうか。そう言ってくれるか。
Fina and the king had gotten close to arguing temporarily. Fina had risen up against the king on top of understanding his feelings.
よくぞここまで成長してくれた。
The king takes Fina's hand. Fina smiles tenderly. It wasn't the expression of a girl being protected by her parent. It was the mature look of a single person facing her father with consideration for his feelings.
それに、私一人の功績ではありません。たくさんの人に支えられて初めて、今の私がいるのです。地球でお世話になった家族、高見沢家の方々、学院の友人、彼、そして、私のパートナー。
The two of them look at me.
彼がいなければ、私は絶対にここまで戦い続けることはできませんでした。
Fina approaches me. Her expression is filled with relief and happiness. Fina, you've done a great job.
言ったでしょ。
達也がそばにいてくれたからよ。
Fina takes my hand.
さあ、私たちのことを父様にご報告しましょう。
I twine my fingers around Fina's hand and grasp on tightly. Fina also responds back. It's a grand feeling. Fina had led many retainers and cast forth a brilliant light. She's now grasping my hand like this. I'm a little relieved that she hasn't changed. Two of us step in front of the king. The king is looking at us with a gentle expression. Your Majesty, will you permit our marriage? And that's why you fucking end it. Or not, everything ends and we're given a guest room. The excitement from the daytime still remains in my body. I stare at the streets of the moon from the guest room windows as I couldn't fall asleep.
眠れないのかしら?
I hear Fina's voice from behind me. Fina. Standing there with a gentle expression when I turn around. Seems like I'm still in a state of excitement.
私もよ。
Fina stands beside me and leans her head against my chest. Aren't you tired from the day?
そうね。でも、達成感の方が大きいわ。
You did accomplish that much. She restored Sophilia's honor, revised the moon's diplomatic policy, had our marriage approved. The king approved of our relationship. However, that doesn't mean we can get married right away. The king did approve of us. He hasn't told the nobles yet. Seems it's not so straightforward in the view of the issue of succession. It'd be relatively simple if I had enough social status or achievements, but I'm lacking either of those. However, the king promised that he will try with all his might to join us together safely. Seems that I'll have to try my best in order to persuade the nobles from now on. The future really is filled with obstacles. However, I can see that even now the future is filled with light. Because I have Fina beside me. I feel that I can surmount any obstacle that if she's by my side.
ようやくここまで来たのね。
Yeah. It feels like everything passed by just like that.
そうね。すべてがつい先ほどのことのよう。
Enjoyable times, happy times, nervous times, harsh times, sad times. I feel I'm glad now that all those had been wrapped up into one. All these experiences have become a part of me and I can feel it coursing through my body. Fina?
どうしたの?
Fina separates from me. Thank you for choosing me. Fina widens her eyes for an instant. But she soon smiles broadly at me with satisfaction. I don't think I could have tried this hard if it wasn't for you.
それはお互い様。それに、達也のそばにいてあげたことは一度もないわ。
Fina wraps her arms around my neck.
私は一緒にいたい人のそばにいただけだわ。
Actually, me too.
これからもよろしく。私はあなたがいないと困るわ。とても困るわ。
Fina's lips approach mine. We kiss. The scent of flowers tickling my nose. My breath her breath hitting my face. Soft, cold hair. Supple breasts and her soft body. My mind blurs every second. The realization that I can't separate from her is etched into my body.
達也。
Fina parts her lips from mine and points to a different window from the one I was looking out of earlier. Huh? Look out the window, she urges me to. The Earth is floating there, projecting conspicuously from the pitch-black cosmos. The vastness of the cosmos that I'd not once seen from the Earth is a shock to me. Multiple layers of white lines surround the top of the dark blue globe. It's forth a radiance that sucks you in. The calm scent of presence takes my breath away. So that's Earth. It is where I, family, and that everyone had grown up in.
そうよ。付き人はずっと地球を見て育つの。あんなに美しい色は月にはないわ。
And it stares fondly at the Earth. Resembles the sky of that day. today that our relationship was approved of by Karen. Called the sky being the dawning blue that we saw together at Monomi Hill Park.
公園から見た空ね。
Fina glances at me with a gentle look. So you remember.
当たり前です。忘れるわけがないでしょ。
Fina smiles with a slight blush. It really was beautiful. Relationship has changed considerably since then. I was simply happy that Karen had approved of my relationship with Fina back then. Now it's different. We've overcome numerous arguments and our relationship deepened further. She's become my partner and we'll be living together from now on. Fina's gaze returns to outside the window.
けれど、達也。
Fina's looking quietly and fondly at the earth.
今の地球は、あの日の空よりも、瑠璃色に輝いている気がするわ。
Brighter than dawning blue, you could say. I hate myself if you haven't gathered. Transition. Thought we were done. Man, it's been a while since I've been recording for this long. Three days ago, we may never return here. 3 days later, hi! How's it going? Life's been great. I'm a married man now. Not quite yet, actually. Ignore that. Ignore that, though. Ah! It's been a while since I last recorded for fucking 4.5 hours. Man, imagine if this wasn't looked as the first and last, respectively. Imagine if that was the case. The game could have been a lot better. Anyways, we returned to the Asagiri household 2 days later. We took the transporter on our journey since we couldn't find Wreath. It was a thrilling 7-hour-long trip back. I'm home.
ただいま、戻りました。
Patter, 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 patter. Everyone flies out of the living room.
おかえりなさい。達也くん、フィーナ様。
お兄ちゃん、本当に月へ行ってたの？ともかく、無事で本当に良かったです。良かったです。
ごめんなさい。心配かけたわね。必ず帰ってきてくれると信じていたわ。
Gentle smile floats on Nesan's face. Sorry for the concern that we caused.
いいのよ。無事な姿を見られれば、それで。
Behind Nesan, who was moved to tears, there were people watching us from the shadows of the living room. Somebody there?
ええ。3人ともこっちへ来たら。
お帰りなさいませ。フィーナ様。
That's the casual outfit that I was so rudely torn away from when I glanced at it for like a second while skipping through Sayaka's route. Looks lovely. Karen shows up as she clears her throat.
カレン、あなたどうしてここに？
月へ帰りづらい状況になってしまいましたので、さやかの好意に甘えておりました。
And I think that Kanan was the one who let us get away at Monomi Hill Park. Thank you for helping us back there.
おかげ
Thank you
さま
for
で
your help back there.
無事月へたどり着くことができたわ。
礼などいいのです。好きなようにさせていただいただけですから。
Kanan smiles faintly. The one who showed up behind Karen is
お帰りなさい。
司祭様。
Estel.
訳あってこちらでお世話になっておりました。
Didn't you hate Earthlings?
嫌いは嫌いなりに受け入れようもあるのです。
Estel says that with a sullen expression. The spot about her doesn't seem to have
お
changed.
かえり。
Wreath shows up, following after Estel.
リース。
Did you smuggle yourself here again?
違う。正規ルート。機動重力トランスポーターで来た。
Is that legitimate? Why are you here?
月のご飯、美味しくない。
Okay, Nesan ran to the Takamizama household soon after. The tea from our house. The tea from our house that I haven't had in a while is delicious after all, and it seems to seep into my body. Slam. Run, run.
Tatsuya!
Yo, Natsuki. I'm home.
心配をかけてごめんなさい。本当にもう、心配ばかりかけるんだから。朝霧くん。
The fuck you doing here, Midori? I'm so very sorry that Tatsuya just kinda ignored you during the flashback to thinking all the fucking people he's gonna leave behind. Why are you here, Toyama?
朝霧くんがいなくなってから、夏希がもう元気なくしちゃって仕方なかったから。ああ、もう、それはいいの。ま、そんなわけで夏希の面倒を見てたわけ。
See? Thank you, Toyama.
達也くん、フィーナちゃん、無事で何よりだよ。
フィーナの実家に行ったんだってな。
I think it was a bit more than a casual house visit.
どうだ、男らしく勝負してきたか？
Yeah, somehow.
そいつは何よりだ。
A broad smile shows up on Pops'
明
face.
日は期間祝いのパーティーやるからね。二人には体のラインが変わるまで飲んで食べてもらうから。
ありがとう。でも、ラインが変わるのは怖いわね。達也に嫌われてしまうわ。
Fina says that in a joking manner. That's not true. I wouldn't dislike you.
どうかしら。
お兄ちゃん、月で何してきたのかな。
Obviously they banged.
釈然としないわね。
心配して損したかも。ああ、これだからラブラブカップルは。
身も細る思いをしてお待ちしていたというのに。
好きじゃない。
なんだか疲れてしまいました。
月へ帰ってからのことが心配です。
Everyone charms their stares. Of course they're not really angry.
困ったわね。
Fina says that with amusement. Yeah. Though I'm exposed to everyone's bit of stares, I realized that I've come back to my own house.
そういえば、フィーナさんはこれからどうするんですか？
2、3日中には月へ帰ることになると思うわ。
After all that's happened, she can't be away from the mood for a long time.
そう。帰っちゃうんだ。
だったら、記念写真でも撮りましょうか。
Nessa says that to cheer Mai up.
そうだね。せっかくみんな揃っているし。
おいジン、うちからカメラを持ってこい。
了解。
Jin goes flying out the front door. We also head out to the front garden in a group.
こんな風にみんなと写真が撮れるなんて思わなかったわ。
Yeah. We were fully prepared to die if necessary when we left here a few days ago. Now everyone is gathered here in the garden lawn. We do thank the heavens.
お待たせしたね。
Jin shows up holding a
さ
camera.
あ、みんな並んで。
イタリアンズにも入ってもらっちゃおう。
Mai attaches the walking leash to the Italians.
緑も入って。え、私お邪魔じゃない？
Come on now.
カレン、さりげなく逃げないの。
私は写真はあまり。
ここまで来たら覚悟なさい。
では、エステル、あなたも入りなさい。
Karen's like, listen up. I'm going to be suffering through this. You're suffering with me.
私もですか？
リースちゃんもよ。
どうして？
可愛いから。
Nessun holds on to Wreath tightly in a hug.
離せ。
People increase one after another.
もう少しくっついてくれないとフレームに入らないじゃないか。
はーい、詰めて。
Everyone crams together following Jin's words.
きつい。
我慢我慢。
うん。ああ、そうそうそう。いいよ。とってもいいね。
Anarians, Earthlings, a princess, retainers, a priestess, a student, family members. People of different positions and social statuses have their shoulders lined up neatly.
おいジン、お前が入るところはなさそうだぞ。
主役不在の写真なんて撮っても仕方ないじゃないか。準備完了だ。
Jin, who had manipulated the camera, circles around behind us.
はい、みんな笑って。
Steph, your face is stiff, Estel.
元からこういう顔です。皆さんと一緒に写真を撮れるなんて夢のようです。一生の記念になるね。はい。ちゃんと鏡見てくればよかった。はははは。大丈夫大丈夫。カレン、こっち来るの。
好きで寄っているのではありません。
They are still not in good terms with each other.
仲が良くて何よりだ。
達也、これからもよろしく。
Yeah, we'll always try our best together. Puff my chest out with pride. Family members welcomed us. We left the house on a moonlit escape. This kind of a warm greeting. No matter what difficulties I run into from now on, or injuries I suffer, I have a place to return to. I feel courageous just by thinking of that. So only Fina. I'm living, and supported by many people. Each person is helping me in a way that only they are capable of. Just like Fina, each person is irreplaceable. So I always think of a way to support everyone in a way that only I am capable of. How to deal with the earth that my family and everyone in the Takamizawa household lives on. Now to deal with the moon that Fina lives on. Things that I definitely wouldn't have thought about before Fina had come here. I have to give those some serious thought. Might be difficult, but I won't give up hope. Fina and I are the couple who crossed over planets. We can create a world that everyone agrees with if we aim for a society in which people understand each other. That's what I believe. Motherfuckers better still show me the CG of the picture they took. I can't read that.
達也、準備はいいかしら。
Good to go here. I'm still nervous.
全世界に放送されるらしいわよ。
Don't feel my nervousness.
では、本番で失敗しないよう、キスの予行練習でもしておきましょうか。
I don't think I'll mess that up, but I place my hands on Fina's shoulder and gently kiss her.
もう少し情熱的な方がいいかしら。
You're in front of the television, come on. Fina says that as she separates from my face. I don't know! Whatever happens will happen.
恥ずかしがって。
Fina smiles. See the figures of many attendees from the gap at the door. The leaders of both countries, high officials, the number of people exceeds 1,000. However, the ones sitting in the foremost seats are Fina's family and everyone from the Asagiri Takamizawa household. The attendees were having a fight over seating order, but Fina and I pushed our way through them.
彼らより一番前に座るのにふさわしい人はいないわ。
That's what Fina says. It's been 8 years since the time that we first kissed. We welcome the day when we're finally blessed by the many people that have given us their support. Now to think about it, all the events have all been nostalgic. Painful things, sad things, many things have happened. But I think all of it was to spice up our happiness for the day. 8 years, huh?
意外と頑張れるものね。
Yeah. It'd be a lie to say that it wasn't hard.
それはそうよ。
Fina smiles bitterly.
でも、達也は予定より3年も縮めてくれたわ。
Right, now she mentioned it.
本当にありがとう。
Same here, thanks for waiting. Praise each other's strenuous efforts.
お時間です。
わかったわ。
Fina links her arms through mine.
私はいつでも行けるわよ。
Fina looks at me with a smile. Let's go then. I face forward and straighten myself out. Well, let's go. Step forward toward the bright future of the earth and moon. Damn, my man's looking snazzy, and Fina's also looking good. Surrounded by a wave of applause that seems to shake the building. Countless numbers of smiles, countless numbers of flashes, countless numbers of TV cameras. They're all turned towards us. We raise our hands high in response to the crowd of applause. The applause becomes much louder. The families on the frontmost seats are clapping with beaming faces. Nessa, Mai, Mia, Natsuki, Koyama, Jen, Pops, even Wraith is present. Of course the King and Kanan are as well.
おめでとう二人とも
お兄ちゃん、最高にかっこいいよ。お二人とも素晴らしいお姿です。ああ、もうすごいよ、達也。おめでとう。
いやー、立派になるものだね。
お前と違って真面目に頑張ってたからな、達は。
おめでとう。
There was also Estel, who was beside the head priest running the ceremony.
お二方ともおめでとうございます。
Estel was opposed to our marriage when we first met. However, she's giving us our blessings now. It's a result of our 8-year-long effort to obtain the understanding of others. People whom Fina and I caused the most trouble for from the day when we started going out. And the ones who supported us more than anybody else. Having them give us their blessing from the front row gives me extreme happiness. People who are in the front of us, and the people who are in the front of us. Ophelia, Mom, my old man. I'm sure they're giving us their blessings. We inherited what both of our parents have entrusted to us. We've been able to start a new exchange between the moon and the earth. Now, a life to leave behind, an even better relationship between the moon and earth starts. For a new generation. There are many difficulties ahead of us. But we won't lose. Fina will always be by my side. Words that Fina told me one day. I have you by my side. And I'll respond back to Fina with the same words now. Have you by my side as well, Fina. So we don't get the fucking group picture? Come on. That would have been such a nice CG to use as final thumbnail. You know what, I'm gonna pause the recording during the ending credits and just go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, apparently after the ending credits, it's just returned to the main menu. Extra? What the fuck does extra do? Oh no, are these after credit scenes? You on the throne? Oh, these are absolutely like YoaMae after credits. Boy, it's hot. It's the middle of summer break. I left right after breakfast to walk the Italians, thinking it would be refreshing. The temperatures have already gone through the roof by the time I got back. Quickly tied the 3 dogs and go to the air-conditioned house. Huh? Nobody in the dining room or the living room. Pour a cup of parley tea for the time being and gulp it down. Now then, Listen is at work and Maya's at club practice. What are Fina and Mia doing? Hear the voices from Fina's room as I think that. They seem to be talking to a whisper for some reason.
フィーナ、このこと感づかれてはうるまいな。は、ミヤ様。
What is happening? I guess I'll just return the title. I thought these were gonna be like after credits YoaMae themes things. But apparently not. I guess I'll do these in another part, and that's gonna be the finale. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. So I want to say next time, bye bye. Confusion.